Hello everyone, greetings and salutations, and welcome back to Tomes and Tales RPG. Last episode we left off at a tense moment as our party seemingly rather quickly found themselves roped into further investigation of this private security conundrum. But not to worry, we're going to see how these next few minutes go tonight and right now on tonight's episode of Tomes and Tales. Ooh.
Welcome to Tomes and Tales RPG.
Alrighty, and welcome back. With that, music's on. We return to the same day, Diandas, the 24th day of Svarthrin, into the midday of 9:83 PS. We are currently standing in the streets of Traders Bay as two knights of the city have begun to draw their blades. And I'm going to need everyone to roll initiative.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I can't even read my own writing. I'm freezing my tits up.
He's fine.
Wait, I have an advantage.
Ooh.
You ate my shit and die. Hey.
Nice. Alright. Don't worry, we got this.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, yeah.
And toes crossed.
Now, the thing is,
Toes
we
crossed.
resolve your effects first, Hugle.
We've already got
Like, do they need to make the-
You guys, look, we've got the
Oh, where the thing is?
marking here is the entangle that I cast.
Will they make the save on their turn, or do they make it before we start?
I
we'll have to
believe.
do that.
What was it again that you cast? Remind me.
Entangle.
Entangle. So the
So
way
they'll
I
have to-
run Entangle is they roll the save first. It might be the way it's written, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
on the turn.
When
Yeah.
it first gets landed, roll the save, and then obviously if they make it, all good. If they don't, stiff shit. So
You.
okay. So has everyone rolled their initiative?
Yes.
25 to 20.
22.
22.
Oh, you got the higher dex, right? Surely.
Yes.
Yeah. 19 to 15. Oof. Ah.
15's.
What?
15, sorry.
Oh.
I thought you said 16.
What's your dexterity modifier? I'm assuming pretty high.
Plus 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus only 3.
14 to 10.
Oh, fuck.
We got this.
We got to put your hand up, G-Right?
9 to 5.
8.
5.
Oh!
That's what you get. You should have used a
This
green
is
one.
the first time that I think
You
Zen
should
has
use
gone
green one.
under
One.
15 ever in the entire campaign.
Goodness. Wow.
I know. Shocking to me too. It's not like I
It makes
won
sense that I knew the end because I've already thrown off a few things.
Yeah.
Still real.
Alrighty, so your
That's
magical
fine.
effect. I will roll the saves for these guys
So,
now.
strength saving throw of... Where is it? It's going to load.
This is...
Another important thing to note is if they do fall, that they will need to make a strength check rather than a save, which means that they can't use their saving throw proficiency if on the fail, not now.
Strength 14.
Thank you.
So strength 14, and if they fail, they're strained.
Alrighty, only one saves, which is the let me just double check where I had it in my list.
And for anyone, that area is now vines, which is difficult terrain.
Yep, cool. God, that little cube came in perfect handy. Right here. I wish I had. Oh my dear lord, I can't drive a Mac. Sorry, guys. I wish I had better names for these characters instead of just like numbers and statistics.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, so the female knight that you saw when she opened up her helm with the tan skin and the black hair, she succeeded. You find she was quite dexterous in her ability to avoid this sudden eruption of vines cracking out of the cobblestone street. So you guys watch as like the little pebbles ripple on the street, then from underneath, seemingly from those who live here, it's kind of odd because you know plant life trees either have to be planted there in specific pods, or they're like really deep roots that have just been pulled up from the earth. So Hugle using that like reaching back into his connection with nature from back home, rips these huge tendrils of vines out, but the male knight unfortunately does, for lack of a scientific term, eat shit. So he is, what is it, restrained?
Restrained.
So he can still act and stuff. No, grapple is when you can do everything but you can't move. Restrained mean they're 100%
He's
tied up.
tied up.
So anyone who attacks him will get advantage, I believe, if he's
Yep,
restrained.
that's correct.
So,
just disappearing with that distraction.
so this is the female knight here, sword down. Male knight is sword up, if you guys want to take notes just to remember. So he is technically restrained. I don't have any condition rings for these guys yet, but I'm working on it. But
I'll bring them up next time.
you've got condition ring. Yes, please. I'd love to have them. First is going to be 0 with Sebastian on deck.
Alright. We just assess the situation.
Now, all of you guys were hidden, right? At the end of last time.
We
You
were.
all-
Yes,
Yes.
I believe we ended up making it
You
into the
are.
building.
You guys are here. You're on the cusp of the building, but you technically are hidden. Yes. These guys here are not.
Sorry, who was sword up and who was sword down?
Sword down is the female knight. Sword up is the male knight. He is restrained. So any attacks made on him will have advantage.
Alright, say less.
I might just. Can the top come off those? Or is it one piece?
No, these are one piece.
Ah.
Only the roofs come
That's
off.
okay. So
Unfortunately.
it's
Does a
easier to see.
21 hit?
Yeah, totally.
Does a 22 hit?
Yeah, dude, that's gonna do it.
Monster.
No, it's gotten high since the last time.
Beautiful monster.
Okay, let me just. Okay. What are we? 9, 3, that's 12 on the first shot.
Jesus.
And then 17, that's 10 on the second shot.
I just love this idea that suddenly you they've just been like, hang on, who are you? Pull the sword, and then
17 today.
just blows up.
12, then
12 and 10.
10. Thank you. I always do.
I was on that dial up internet, bro.
So you were hitting the male guy because he was
Yes.
restrained. Excellent. You did roll those with advantage, right?
Didn't need to.
No.
Because
But-
he's restrained.
But they both hit anyway.
You
so.
might get a crit.
You might
Oh,
crit.
okay, no, say less, say less, say less. Oh,
That's okay.
it's getting closer. Come on, give me that 20, bitch. No, but they're all really good. I feel like I'm using all my good rolls now.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So, slinking in the shadows, Zefaris, Sebastian, and Zero. You guys hear the kerfuffle, you hear the crunching as Dog gets bent over like a pretzel, and all the screaming and the shouts, the swords getting drawn. Zero wastes no time and just goes. It just shoots 2 rounds off from the hip, and because
Checks out.
these, because these vines are shot up from the earth and they're restrained. So you watch as he goes to pull his sword and brings it up. They yank on the back of the blade and pull his arms back, and the rest of the vines get him up and kind of like a rear Nelson. So he's kind of like fully stuck and he can't bring his arms down. So you just go right there, and you just get him under the armpit and take a bit of that chunk off underneath the plate and the chain. It's dirty. The sound of metal rings like Sonic the Hedgehog falling everywhere. It's gnarly. Is there anything else you want to do?
I will just double check the conditions of this one. Okay, and I'm also no longer invisible.
No, you've come out of invisibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that do be me.
That do be you. Sebastian, that is you.
All right. Does it look like Sebastian can get into the house without taking an attack of opportunity from female
I would
knight?
say yeah, because we kind of had you guys set up in the sense that you were already kind of there. So you are, you can technically.
Or I can also move behind the house for cover as well, can't I? Okay. Oh, what's better? I'm gonna get into the house. I'm gonna step through the door, and I'm gonna get to that window inside.
Yeah, for sure. So
Unless we can just do it there for the sake of it.
Yeah, I was gonna say we can do.
Oh my
And
goodness.
just pop you in there,
Nice.
just so we know where you are.
Nice. All right. So, as he walks kind of through the doorway for a second, you see 3 rings, almost concentric Saturn ring orbits of rocks moving around him. The central one moving with like a silver and like just a flat metal and stone. The top one seems to have like a bluish tint to it. The bottom one has a red tint. From the red tint, 6 individual ones glow with white hot fire as I cast Melf's Minute Meteors. And I'm going to fire that at both of the guards. They need to make 2 dexterity saving throws.
You guys keep picking the stuff that they're not good at, and it's frustrating.
Don't forget the restrained guy will have disadvantage, the male knight.
You are correct.
So we'll do the first one first. So we'll do the first one first and the one after that.
female knight rolled a 3, and that's cocked.
Female 3.
On a lowest, the male knight actually rolled an 18 on the
Oh,
lowest.
well, 18's going to save, but the 4 isn't. So that means that the male knight who succeeded will take 5 points of fire damage, and the female knight will take 10. And they'll need to make a second dex save now.
23. Oh my goodness. And the female knight took how many at full damage?
It was full, so 10.
Oh jeez. No.
And here comes the next one. Not quite as good, but you know, we're in there. Ooh, sorry.
I've been insulted.
On disadvantage, the male knight still makes an 18.
Wow, he's good, yeah.
And the female knight fails.
Okay, so 6 points of fire damage to the female knight and 3 to the male. Sebastian will also say, "You drew a blade before you drew shackles."
Ooh.
And that's it.
And what was the half damage? Sorry.
Oh, 3. 3 points of fire damage. And that is his turn, because it takes an action to do that.
It's gnarly. So these stones flung out and like igniting like just through the air like a spark, like pressurized oxygen, start peppering, and for a minute all you guys can hear is the dinging of like metal and stone on plate mail, and it sounds like rain. Or it's just like and at 1.0 like subconsciously like kind of hits the deck because you've like been around Singbeer's shop when like shit's just popped off and you're like whoop, and you've just ducked. And but really you guys were all watching it, these knights just get riddled and it's just black scorch marks across their armor, like they've just been hit by flaming hail. It's insane. Beautiful first move. Next is going to be the knight, the female knight. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but does she have to take the damage moving out of that?
Just check if it's at the start of their turn, if they're in the space, or if they enter.
I don't believe there's damage from Entangle.
I know that web works a little differently.
Oh, I'm thinking of spike growth and damage.
Yeah.
That's
It
why.
does.
No.
Nothing?
They've just got... So for every 5 feet they're moving through, it's going to be 10 feet. It's going to
okay.
slow
To
down.
get there.
Well, I was going to say, she's basically going to go, but, so we'll say that's 10, and I think she knows Zero's there, but she doesn't know you're there, and she doesn't know Sebastian's there, so what's she...
Go on, I'll tangle with her.
Give me a attack of opportunity, my dude.
You basically run up, she runs up.
Does dog get an attack of opportunity?
I'll allow it. I will allow it. Just while he's like... As having to bite the bit of the ankle that has no plate on it. Like, come here.
It's the treat that it still has. It's still motivated.
You're missing your legs. No, I'm not. Tis like a flesh wound. You roll dogs opportunity attack first, and
Yeah.
then we'll roll to see what happens to Zero.
I'm just making sure I've got the right bullshit for it.
No, you're all good.
Do you want
My
more,
freaky little darling.
Do you want more mini dice for doggo? I'll steal them if you keep putting them beside me, dear sister.
They don't.
Dear sister.
They don't give me shit.
It's okay. He misses. I can tell you that for free.
Everyone sees it. Dog has that glint in his eye, and he's like, I can't be asked. My back's in 3 pieces. Just like the tongue falls out like. He gives up halfway. There's going to be 2 swings against you, Zero. I believe it's 2. Yes. Nat 20. And 15.
Second one will not hit.
Oh, that's right. Wait. 15 plus 5. That's a dirty 20. Sorry, that is going to hit. I'm so sorry. I read the number on the dice and I didn't do the math.
Zero's currently Christian.
Man, we don't know what we did. That's gonna be so. This is the not crit. So this is just the standard one. Wait, no, wrong dice. That one. Oh my god, my dice are all mumbled. I'm so sorry. That's gonna be 6 points of slashing damage on the not critical hit, and then this is the critical hit. 9 points of slashing damage on the critical. So you're just a little bit too quick, and she's a brute of a woman. Comes in with these 2 big mighty swings, and just
She critted on...
she did crit.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did on the first one.
Oh, I have an
no.
ability.
No.
Oh.
If you're within 30 feet of me, no.
Zero. Yeah, she is. Yeah, 0 within 30 feet.
Hugle's about to get all the kisses.
when we find him again. He's invisible.
Well,
that's true.
If that
It's just
unlocks
quiet.
my invisibility or
I believe
not.
if it's an ability, it's not cast a spell or attack.
Yeah,
So you
so you
should
should
be
be
fine.
Yeah.
Clerics.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you've got another DM like rules lawyer on the table. He's like, I'm gonna make sure you can't cheat. Trying to fight all these ways I can cheat.
Oh, man.
I was so happy. So I saw that 2-0 and I was like, I've got this motherfucker.
Yeah.
There's about
Clerics
zero
first.
shaped hole in this floor this time.
Oh, shoot.
What's your ability, sir?
I'm looking for the name of it.
Is it
It's not Sentinel from Beyond the Grave, is it?
like a Death's Door kind of one or something? I don't know.
No, yeah, Sentinel at Death's Door.
That's the one, yeah.
So I've got 3 charges of that.
So read it out for the class because we've only had it
As
once
a
so far.
reaction, when a creature you can see within 30 feet suffers a critical hit, you can turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are cancelled.
So what we'll do is
That's my reaction.
you can either halve the 6 to 3 or I can re-roll it. Up to you. What do you want? I'll let you choose.
I don't mean to pin myself, but the crit was a 9, wasn't it?
Oh, the crit was 9. I lied. So
Would I halve that to a 5 or a 4?
you roll down, so 4.
4.
So if you would like to do that, you can do that.
I absolutely can. I'm just going to heal.
Lovely. No, you're all good. Also, I need to. Let me just check. As the sword clips down, again, you're just too quick. Like your cloak billows up, almost looks like a plume of red smoke as you quickly dance out of the way. But the blade's so long, and just that little bit just nicks you on the side of the arm, one down, one up, and it catches you, and you feel a little bit of energy weighing on the back of you, and you are currently marked by this knight. So, when the Inquisitor Knight hits a creature with a melee weapon attack, the Knight marks that creature until the end of the Knight's next turn. The mark ends early if the Knight becomes incapacitated or dies, or someone else marks the same creature. While the marked creature is within the Knight's reach, it has disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than the Knight. So, meaning if you target a Tomy, it'll be with disadvantage on all of them.
Say less.
It's just it's an okay passive ability when there's heaps of them, but when there's 2, not so much. But it's just something to note. But that is going to be the Knight's turn. It really doesn't have anything else it can do, so that is going to be Voyage. You're up next.
Yep. And I'm gonna mark the one who's throwing marks out everywhere, like dog shit.
Mark. Wahlberg, Zuckerberg, who knows? Thank you. So yeah, you can do that.
Yep. So that's just Hunter's mark. Yep.
So,
And then we're gonna start.
Hellish green energy from our Tiefling Ranger. And you find it sinks under the armor, and for you, it emanates a little bit of a glow under the plate, just to really let you know where your target's at.
Yep. With that kind of icy sheen.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Daddy's
and-
favorite.
Hey. No, I want this one. This one's gonna serve me well today.
Nat 20.
And a 19.
Nat 20. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thanks, G. So that's
I've been reading the old tomes, brother.
so a 28 and a 27. Does
Yeah,
that-
they're both gonna hit. So you're lighting up the female knight.
Yep.
So you just want to put all the dice together for the crit and then just roll and see what happens.
The other dude's just there watching this going, fuck.
Yeah, like one tentacle, one like tendril of plant made its way into the helmet. It's just like, can't look. Like he's stuck.
He too
Oh,
busy
man.
getting that guac
He gets to use his
The
turn.
clock.
oh no!
To try and break it next time.
Excellent. Is that the end of his turn?
Do you max out?
He
the
can
damage
use
for
his
that?
action to make a strength saving
check
check.
it.
So
You got it,
he
you
breaks
figure it
he's
out.
got
You got
nothing.
it.
I'm doing math things.
No, you got it.
Just,
What if I just took the whole container and just did this?
yeah. It's almost that. So
Oh, it's good to be back. It's good to be back.
No, 1 extra week, just really.
yeah.
Seb's sitting at home like,
Legit, I saw you guys playing
Y'all
the
got
one
any
shot
more of
last
those
week. I was like,
tabletop RPGs?
Seb's having dreams
go.
about Hugle in his sleep.
I see the street every night.
I got some outdated 2050 shadow run for you. Good mind.
Did I send you guys the Sesame Street one? You want to buy an 8 I can't. I got no money. See, I was down the other street and I saw this guy selling 9s as earning Bailey's got so many dice, I'm so frightened.
This is the crit.
Oh, shoot. Yep.
This is the other shot.
Do that crit damage.
This is also force damage on the bow.
Yeah. Oh.
Can I borrow your calculator?
They're doing me.
How you got one?
So 6.
My hot pink calculator that my wife got me.
plus 9 plus. Shut up. 3 plus 2 plus 1. I hate backseat drivers.
Backseat mathematics.
So that's a 25 on the first.
Now I need the calculator.
Go.
I'm terrible at reverse math. You mean
It's subtraction.
I love that one.
And then 16 on the second.
Oh, well done. So this.
Except for whoever rolled the 1.
So for context, this female knight, for everyone here in Collected, looked very competent. She knew what she was doing. She was able to come in. She had really good form, two-handed sword play. Got in, did some damage to 0, got some attacks off, was able to land this magical aura, and then in but 2 seconds with 2 giant arrows piercing through the fatty bit of where the neck plate and the chest plate and the neck meet, you're able to take off a chunk of that neck, and as she winces, you just go, second window, and you launch another one and get her down. Again, the armpits, the necks, and the knees are the weakest parts of all these suits of armor. You saw 2 opportunities and you nailed these perfect shots and just got them in.
I forgot to roll Hunter's Mark.
Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy.
Plus 6 more damage.
6?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
It's fine.
Fine.
This knight went from looking extremely confident and competent at their job to extremely fucked up in a matter of 2 arrows and 1 magical curse. So, not ideal. Is that your turn? Is there anything else you want to do?
Fuck 'em up, Voyage.
I just want to kind of back up a little bit.
How far?
Let's go 10 feet.
5, 10. There you
Yep.
go, on the corner. Dog goes immediately after you, so what do you want to do? Or if you wanted to do anything at all.
I've already used my bonus action. I can't command him to do anything.
Uncommanded, they just use the dodge action, so I guess.
Yep,
Do you want him
he's-
to move? He can dip
Yep.
out. Just dip out with you. So we'll go 5, 10, 15. Yeah, he's got little legs. So if anyone goes for him, it'll be with disadvantage because he's using the dodge action. Next is going to be the male knight. He can only use his turn to attempt to get out of this entanglement.
Strength 14.
That's going to be 14 exactly. He gets out, and then he'll take 1 step out, but he cannot attack. I think he's going to sit there and wait to see what happens. No, he's going to move up because you're not out of visibility yet. It's just you in the street and 0 on the other side. Here we go. So that's 10, 15, 20, 25. So this absolute man of a man runs up to have a go at you, but he can't do anything else because he had to break his way out of these entanglements.
Do it, Hugle.
Yeah, I get an opportunity attack.
When he enters your area,
But
No,
sorry, when he leaves. But I will be. Oh,
You're up in
remove my
business.
visibility anyway. I'm up next though, right?
you are up next with Zeph on deck.
Okay, so
Hey!
Gotta go.
I'm just gonna
Someone's got to go last.
move out of combat a bit. So take a few steps back.
Oh, wait, does he want to do that though?
I'm invisible, so I guess that it's up to you.
Oh, yeah.
So invisibility makes you harder to hit, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make you invisible. But he does roll with disadvantage because you're technically unseen. So fuck it. He hears the cobblestones ripple and he can't see you, but with everything finicky that's going on, he basically just grabs his sword and just takes a blind swing.
Realistically, actually, then, because I wasn't going to do anything with that, I'll use my action to disengage and start moving back.
Better. There you go. Can't do
And
nothing.
when I get far enough back, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Fuck me.
Fuck
So,
me! Bring it out!
My
Oh, let's
invisibility disappears, but so does the Entangle spell. So,
Yep. Where do you want your spiritual weapon?
right behind him.
There.
Behind the dude.
Oh, that guy.
Oh, I don't want to be a stickler for the rules, but I'll quickly say, you can make an opportunity attack when a hostile creature that you can see moves out of your reach.
Yeah,
So
moves
tech-
out, not move.
But if he uses
No.
his action to disengage,
Oh,
he can't
he's
do
fine.
it.
Doesn't
Yes.
Matter, I didn't need my
He's
action
fine.
anyway, so.
Carry on. All good.
He can't carry on, officer. No, but thank you.
You got it.
because
It's a small thing. I don't think people are too worried about that.
I like to exploit my opportunity attacks because it's basically the only time I ever hit on this particular thing.
Fair enough. It's good spacing as well. It encourages that, so I get that.
Can your spiritual weapon attack the second you summon it, or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
It can?
Ooh.
Yes, it can.
So for Sebastian, you see a giant spectral trowel appear out of the ground.
Natural 1, but I can re-roll natural 1s.
Halflings.
And that's a
Skye
3.
is shook.
No, so a 9 to hit. I don't think
Put it in the
hits.
jail.
Yeah.
Put it in the jail.
Why?
So the trowel goes in, and for that split second, you forget their full plate, and just off the back, and he's going like a scar. Must have been the wind.
No, it's the giant purple trowel.
Zev, that's gonna be you.
Okay.
What are you thinking, player? Facebook, love D&D, of course you do.
I think what I'm gonna do is kind of move back towards like the tree to your left, my right. So basically directly back towards me.
Oh, like there?
Yeah.
Yes.
And from there, I am going to just throw a dagger and hope that I hit a fatty bit.
So you're still technically hiding from when you were stealth, so it is with advantage, so you get sneak attack if you land.
Also, is 0 within 5 feet?
Oh yeah, you are too. Yeah, so you're getting advantage regardless.
Still get advantage. That's really good.
You're getting sneak attack regardless of if it was advantage or not.
At this point.
Didn't notice it till you got off.
That is a 17.
Oh,
Is that-
nice.
No, fuck.
Just misses.
Just misses.
Dagger flies out, pings off the pauldron, ping, and the female knight turns and sees you stealing behind the tree. You go to change your complexion to match the like kind of dead ashen oak cover of the tree, and she catches you just at the last minute where your eyes reflect the light.
And then she doesn't catch me again because I'm gonna do bonus action and I'm gonna hide.
Roll stealth, please.
Okay. That is all. That was dodgy, but it's a.
I did see that ripped off.
Yeah, but it's an 18 anyway.
Okay, cool. So, so if she goes to look for you, she will have to make a perception check to attempt to see where you are.
Yeah.
That is going to be back to the top of the initiative, and that is going to be 0 with Sebastian on deck again.
And so I start blasting.
Nice.
Alright.
So anyways, I started blasting.
Oh, so close and so far away.
Danny DeVito, in my game,
In my D&D table.
at my table.
Let me just quick math. 27 hit.
Yeah,
First
dude.
one.
It's the squid.
And 24 to hit on the second one.
Yeah, they're both going to do it. On the female knight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 9, 12 on the first. And, oof, that is, 14 on the second.
Do you want to describe it, or should I?
You always do it justice.
Oh, thanks. So, in the kerfuffle, as this female knight is throwing huge absolute swings, and like she is hurling this sword around that looks like it probably might weigh more than you at some point, and she is just swinging it like it's no effort whatsoever. Every time the sword hits the ground, it is chipping up a bit of the cobblestone, and it is thudding so hard that you feel it in your feet. Cool, and you're dodging out of the way. Every time you go to like cock your guns up, she knocks the guns out of the way, and it's constantly you rolling around. And as you're able to trick her into pulling the sword behind her to swing down, you take that swift opportunity and you roll in for a moment, that partial bit of invisibility left over. You flitter like those speed dashes and like souls and stuff where you disappear for a moment, and the second you blink back in, you're right in front of her, and you open up the helm, click, and the bullets dent out the back of the helm, but they can't escape due to the angle, and you hear them ricochet a few more times on the inside of the helm, and a partial bit of splatter comes out the visor as you pull it out, and your guns are blood-soaked and smoking and sizzling with the
That's why she
residue.
wears the sunglasses.
It doesn't even affect the. It doesn't affect the red tin.
But there's a moment where the suit of armor stays standing in that rictus locked body, and then it just crumbles like a statue getting pushed over in a museum. And she hits the deck and she's out. We'll leave her there for the time being. She is dead. Is there anything else you'd like to do for the rest of your turn?
Let me just... Negatory.
Negatory, Star Commander. Sebastian, that is you.
Alright, bonus action. The shadows that are near that knight, you can see a reflection of red shooting over them as I'm going to send 2 meteors at the male knight. Just
Yes.
5 feet, basically 5 feet diagonal, so it only hits him. And
Oh,
not
yeah,
my
you got-
buddies.
you got a clear line, you're all good.
Yeah, all good. So he needs to make 2 dex saves again.
Open up the window.
Yeah, just
And then just duck back.
chucks them out there, yeah.
2 deck saves. So
Let's
these
see. Oh, not bad.
15 and 18 on the dice.
Oh, okay, so he saves both of them. Wait. No, wait. 15's just enough, so he saves both times. So he takes, I'll just halve them for you. So he
Thank
takes
you.
3 points both times. So 6
Six.
points of fire damage.
That's-
And that was my bonus action, so I'll use
Yeah,
on
okay.
my action.
Just a bonus action.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no.
Cool, man.
It really ramps up that one. It's a good one. Anyways, that's 2 meteors left there, but let's go.
Track your bullets,
Let's
so.
just grab from the top of where the rocks are, where the cold is. One sort of solidifies in his hand and then fires down in a downward arc. We'll just do a ray of frost at this guy. So let's see how we go. Okay, that's a 24 to hit.
Yeah, dude.
Amazing.
How's it feel? How's it feel?
Amazing. All
Right
right.
alone, bro.
All right. So he takes 9 points of cold damage, and his speed is reduced by 10 feet for this turn.
Fuck. Okay.
Yep. All right, that's
Yeah.
good. That's me.
When you're hot, then you're cold.
And since I am out, I'll go back in.
Yeah, for sure. You open the window, pop off, and then
Exactly.
just lean back, shut the window ever so
Yeah,
slightly.
hot then cold, yes, no, in, out, you get the
whatever that Katy Perry song was.
Exactly. Yeah.
Next is
Alright.
going to be the knight. He is not good. You say it's halved. He loses 10 feet.
10 feet,
right?
yeah.
He notices the kerfuffle going down, realizes that his companion is dead, and he curses something under his breath in Uneran, which in that case is Russian and or German, depending on what part of the land you're from. 5, 10, 15. You do get an attack of opportunity if you would like to take one.
Never say if you'd like, just say take it.
If you use your bow, it technically will be with disadvantage because he's leaving your area immediately.
Does a spiritual weapon get attack of opportunity?
Does a 16 hit?
That's a good question.
16 overall.
Yes.
Let me
Up
just
to
check.
the DM, I
No,
guess.
it
Oh,
isn't.
So then the arrowhead pings off as he flicks one out.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, the improvised thing that we did. Yeah. I don't know if it can.
I would say
Yeah.
no.
No,
Probably.
like I give you a spiritual weapon flanking. I think that's fair enough.
That's pretty
I
cool.
actually was able to convert an entire other table onto that rule the other night.
Oh, nice.
Does dog also get?
Technically yes, because he didn't.
Does a
use-
17 hit?
17. No. Goes to bite again. They're
yeah.
full heavy armor and plate. So dog, but this time dog's got a bit more like pep after he got up, and it has everyone here seen Hellboy 1, right? You know where Samael does that thing where the entire top half of his body spins back around, he fixes himself? Dog kind of does that. Because dog doesn't really have bones, right? Dog's kind of a spiritual summon and defies the laws of physics and stuff in defiance of gods and men. So he kind of just goes, like fixes himself, and in the meantime goes to nip at this guy's ankles and just misses entirely, forgetting that his neck is about this long. So,
I feel like a blank boom.
His 8 chins got in the way.
So let me just. I'm just reading something quick.
Is this guy like trying to flee? Is that the idea?
You don't know at this point.
But like, does it look like he's running towards Zero or just backing up?
Here's what happens. You guys watch him sprint. Voyage pulls an arrow out of the quiver and attempts to stab him through that bit where the neck of the plate is open and misses due to the fact that this guy is so much taller than him and is able to turn and put his shoulder like a hockey guard, right? And he bounces off. Dog attempts to bite him, grabs the plate of the armor, and the guy yanks his leg out, not finding any purchase, able to keep going. Even with the reduced feet, you guys see the joints of his armor are frosting over, and he's got icicles growing where the plate moves, and he's struggling to move, but he's still able to make the distance. He only loses 10 feet. He has 30 feet, so he uses 15 to get to his compatriot's body. Leans down.
Oh, he's gonna
Spends his action to, uses like one attack action to quickly reach down and pull off a small horn off her hip.
Oh.
So, for everyone here, trying to set the music a little bit lower.
Goodbye, everybody.
He grabs the horn and goes. But for you guys, it's like block blistering. Like it's enchanted to be way louder. And as he blows it, the entire street level is cast in a red light that emanates from the horn.
Is this something I could counterspell, or is this an item, not a
This
spell?
is an item ability.
Okay, fair enough. Worth a shot.
You two specifically, not really Zeph, you two, you know what this is. I'll let you decide what you do with that information, but there's the entire block shakes, red light casts, and a signal has been sent out. Now we are going to, I'm going to roll a d4 in front of the table, and we're going to add +2 to this. I'll tell you what it is once we know what the number is. Thank you, Mom. Ooh, that didn't count.
Thank fuck.
Thank fuck.
2 + 2.
4.
Quick
You
math.
guys have 4. You guys have 4 rounds. So 4 full rounds in initiative before something lands in the street here, and this becomes a much worse off incident for everybody.
We need to go now!
Zero losing her fucking mind,
Zero.
but it is not your turn yet.
That's right.
He can't attack you, Zero, because he used his action to grab the horn and blow. But in the instance, he pulls his helm up. You see big, chiseled jaw, bald head, bushy eyebrows.
Cherry flavored.
Come on to take. But he looks at you and just smiles. He just smiles. You never should have come here. Now you and all your friends suffer. Hugle, that's you. Zeph on deck.
Alright, so first thing,
Wait.
the spiritual weapon's gonna launch towards him as a bonus action
didn't
and
get my turn.
give him a hit.
Oh, wait, no, Voyage. Wait, didn't you? Oh, we skipped you.
Yeah.
Because you did your opportunity attack.
Yeah.
No, I fucked that up.
He hasn't gone yet.
Rewind.
We can. We will. So what you do next determines if that actually goes through or not. So we'll see what happens.
Like it's like in the shows where they show everything, jumps back. It's like,
So you're probably wondering how I got
Oh, I got you. I didn't even notice that I fucked that up. I apologize.
You better kill this man dead,
pressure's on.
or we're gonna be killed dead.
Do you have them marked, or is it the other one?
No.
Because you can
No.
move with a bonus. Oh, wait, you need a
Just-
bonus action to move. Oh, you
Oh yeah, she died. She fully got.
She bit the bullet.
She got
quite
smoked.
literally.
She got smoted.
Okay.
Now I'm terrified.
I know. Because we're kind of looking into the future at this point.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up, boss.
That's okay.
Get some help.
Zero has like a "That's so Raven" moment. So like,
Do you want something that isn't gonna break on you to chew?
What is that?
That's an Apple Pencil.
That absolutely.
Probably a bad idea.
Just
Much
get
more
a
expensive.
whole bunch of rubber bands and put them on an HP
chew
pencil.
it.
Chew my
I'm just
spelling.
handing her something that isn't gonna be ink everywhere.
Steady the old nerves.
it's already past the point of return. Honestly, have a look at it.
I've got an eraser down here. Do you want to chew that instead?
Someone get her a stress ball.
Get a,
She needs the meal.
nah, those mouth trainers. What do you got, my beautiful green boy?
Super serious faces over there.
This is probably the most serious I've seen Bailey since we did the game last weekend.
He's usually all smiles. Like,
It's just like,
Please, something change while I scroll through.
Yeah, if I scroll fast enough, the letters will change and I can get away with something.
I'll get a plus 20 to hit and like 18 fucking damage.
Yeah.
I'll suddenly be level 20.
Yeah, boy! 5 attacks per round, bros!
Annihilation.
I'll take 3 levels in following in action surge. The go-to for everything is just take 2 levels in firing in action surge and just cheat your way to the top.
I should have fucking action surge last fucking round. Fuck, I knew I should have.
I don't think there's ever been a point on recording since we were doing the show where I've accidentally skipped a turn and preemptively set something up. But I'm perfectly okay with that because I'm human.
It just adds so much pressure to this
It
situation.
literally
You know what?
Really does.
Good. You know what it is? She falls over and you see a funny looking horn on her hip. There you go. How's that? Cop that. Suck my ass. This is a lot of work.
Give him that rusty trombone.
Oh, rattlestick dude.
Can I have the Reliffy?
So we've got
Shut the
Voyage
fuck up,
and
you don't have the
Dog
talking
to save
stick.
the day.
60 feet from end of the street to you.
No, that's
No?
not what I'm working out.
What are you doing, my love?
I'm gonna cast Spike Growth.
What is spike growth for size?
20-foot radius centered on a point within range that twists and sprouts hard spikes and thorns. The area becomes difficult terrain for the duration. When a creature moves into or within this area, it takes 2d4
That's right.
piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Jack used to love this spell.
I was going to cast that. If it's difficult terrain, they've only got 10 feet of movement left. Like,
That's what heavy plate gets you, dog.
So
Suck shit.
I'm dropping that
Shut up.
No, you shut up. Right here.
Yeah, because that's 15 feet.
Do you have the other thing from before? It's the
I
same.
don't know where it went. I just had it and then it's gone again. Oh, there. That's 20. That's 20-foot cube. So actually, I might have a circle.
20-foot radius, yeah.
Yeah, let me check my toys. I never get to pull these out. It's great for me. Justify my poor spending habits. And why my wife tries to cull my bank account.
Oh, it's good to have because I needed it for some of mine anyways.
That's
so.
10, so that doesn't
That's the
work.
next one up.
I think it is.
Yeah, radius is much bigger.
Ooh, like a darkness thing.
That's a 15-foot radius for comparison.
So we've got another
20 foot would cover. 20 feet. If you cast that,
I just don't want it on 0.
I'm gonna say
Like on the
if
curve.
you
Hell,
land it,
I'll stand in it. I don't give a fuck.
if you drop it right there between the two houses, if you drop it
Sort of
between the
under
two
them.
houses, you can actually just get his pathway.
Yep, that's
Basically,
what I want.
right there. So let's quickly move him. We'll go.
Oh, that's so cool.
I love these things.
Hey,
Right.
look at you guys. This is
Just
so
the fun.
cool.
Bonus action.
Poor spending habits. So that's your bonus action.
No, that was my primary
was
action.
your primary
I have
action.
my bonus action remaining.
Thank
my
you.
bonus action is to turn to dog and command a grapple
On the dude.
on the dude.
Right. How many attacks can dog do? Is it just one because of his level?
1, I
Bummer.
believe.
Okay. So when you tell dog to grab this dude, he gets way too excited.
Yeah.
He's like, and just goes to jump full like those videos of like Dark Dynasty Canine, those pit bulls, and just fully chomps on this dude's forearm. And there's a moment where the guy's just like, ah, like freaking out. We want to roll for doggy.
And it's contest. It's a strength check.
It's your strength, which I think is athletics, versus their dexterity or strength. Which at this point, we all know that dex isn't very good, so we're gonna go with strength.
Come on, dog. 19.
That's 9. So dog,
Get 'em, dog.
Dog leaps up and grabs this dude, and that's it. Is that everything you want to do?
That's all I can
That's all
do.
you can do. What's that for the guy? Just like so much.
Breakfast Club!
Breakfast Club, thank you. Hugle, that's going to be you with Zeph on deck.
Okay, so yeah, I was going to do is swing the
Zitral.
spiritual trowel.
Sweating.
My fuck up just saved your life.
6 plus 6, 12 probably doesn't hit.
No, it doesn't. Spiritual Trout again just goes for the back, bink, and just packs off the back plate. But this poor guy, he's got dog ripping him on the front, and then a huge blue shovel just domes him on the back of the head. And because it's like metal and metal, it's like, boom, he's like,
It's like that fucking bomb.
anything else you'd like to do?
Yep, I will be casting Guiding Bolt, 7th
Tight.
level. 9. I've got inspiration. I'm going to use it.
Go for it.
It's the exact.
Oh, wow.
You gotta shake it more. Get in there.
So yeah.
Art imitates life. The jail's overpopulated.
Yeah. Nothing. So.
Actually,
Goes to
don't
shoot
have
it,
that problem,
just a bit of it.
Go web! I'm fucking away! Fly!
That was a terrible.
Have you got inspiration?
No!
Take it.
Yes!
Go! Go and go! Zeph, that is you.
Rainy knees.
Rain, that is Raimi's Spoodermans.
Best stuff.
The Spidermans. Stop Spider-Man. You. Miles Morales.
Shoot.
What up, Danger? What's up, Danger? I can see the pistons firing off. There's signals going in the brain.
Do it. Get it. Get it. Show him what it's like to be in prison. Go on.
I'm
Get
gonna
him.
grab my short sword and my dagger in the other hand.
Spicy.
And I'm gonna go up to him and I'm gonna do my 2-weapon fighting.
So yeah, you can make your attack and then bonus action attack again with your offhand.
Okay.
So if you land with your short sword, you'll get sneak attack on that because you got an ally within 5 feet.
Yeah.
Is the trowel flanking? Or is it flanking?
No, he's playing Voyage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my
But
inspiration
doesn't she-
to re-roll that one.
Doesn't she get advantage because he's grappled?
No, restrained, yeah. Paralyzed, restrained gets you advantage. Grappled is where they can still do shit, they just can't move.
Yeah, and they use
because
their
he's
action.
got this huge, fat, green, scaly anchor on him.
Yeah, okay.
He tries to move and you just watch Dog bury his feet in the concrete. He's like, no!
That is me. So my short sword doesn't hit because I rolled in that 1 and then a 2 because I used up my inspiration.
Oh, fuck.
So I'm gonna
Try the pink ones.
I'm gonna try. I did try. Those were the pink ones.
Naughty.
You pranked
Naughty
her.
gals.
You gave her those knowing they were rigged.
So-
They usually work so well out of anything else except when I DM.
They normally are
What
pretty-
the fuck? Honestly, that
Oh.
is 2 nat 1s.
We're not doing well.
Yeah.
I am not doing well.
What's this? We, motherfucker! What's this we?
I used all my good juju so dog could bite.
What's this we? You speaking French, dude?
I'm just gonna say, Zeph, when Zeph tries to go
Oui,
up to
baguette.
him to, attack with both, they just are unbalanced a little bit and full on just eat shit.
I say you trip on Dog's tail.
Yes.
And so the first one, you go, Dog's tail gets in the way, you slip, come in with the second one, go again, but Dog's trying to pull his tail out from under your boot, and you slip again. So you step back and you're like, Dog, get out of the way. You spin them, you go in for a stab, and this time he tries to spin while trying to bite this dude's arm to look at you, and the tail comes back and gets you again, and all 3 of those attacks don't land.
Slapstick shit going on.
Yeah, proper classic Charlie Chaplin fucking
Yeah.
slapstick stuff.
That is literally all I can do, and I just ate the fattest shit.
Absolute, the king of Dookie-shire right
Oh
now.
yeah.
0,
Dookie Shire.
that's a throwback. 0, that's you. Sebastian, you're on deck. Bring it home, guys. Let's go.
It's alright, I'll get all the shit rolls so you
does
guys
an
can
18 hit?
succeed.
80 is their armor class exactly. So yes.
Okay.
Remember, meets it or beats it. That's the rule.
That's right.
But
that's right.
no one had hit the armor class yet, so I couldn't announce it until right then.
I'm just gonna quickly double check something. Sorry. Wait, that's the one.
We can totally say that my fuck up of the turn was Hugle getting a vision about like how bad this is about to be if he doesn't fucking solve this.
Oh yeah.
He's just like, whoa, his nose starts bleeding, like, what? You call
That's why I missed everything. I was distracted.
Okay, that one's definitely gonna hit. It's 17 a roll. And
So yeah, 18 and 17 plus whatever, they're definitely gonna hit, for sure.
am I allowed to do my full action and then call for an action surge?
Yeah, you don't have to call before you do it, dude.
Okay, sweet. Because
You can be like, you can like shoot this dude a whole bunch of times, be like, I don't think that hole's big enough, and then just go again.
Sweet. Oh! That's 20 on the first shot. 6 on the second.
How do you do it?
Oh!
He had exactly 20 HP left. I'm not even joking. Exactly 20.
Praise the fucking Lord.
Well, they lasted a bit longer than when I last used them in my other game, so
Oh, fair enough.
I was like, what? I got 2 whole turns? Hell yeah, dude. Last time I got 1.5. I mean, I can. I like doing it because I'm just a sick, twisted individual. So, when you drop this first knight, this lady in front of you, you haven't even kicked open the helmet yet to see how bad the damage is, but you know it's insurmountable, right? The blood is pooling out of any open orifice of the helmet, there's blood coming out of it. You look up and see Voyage with like arrows in his hands, attempting to just stab into this guy as he like puts his arm up. Dog's gnawing at the plate. You can see where Dog's a spiritual entity, so it doesn't really matter if he gets injured. He kind of just like reapparates, but you're watching where like bits of his teeth are shattering on the steel, and this dude's just not letting go. Like Dog refuses to let this guy get away. And Hugle, you can see off in the distance, just commanding his spiritual trowel to come down and try and stab this guy, but the plate's just, it's just not landing. And there's just a moment where you go to, is that an ambience playing? Yes. You go back into that sense where you just take a real deep breath and you just mute everything, and you're just like, and you put one gun away and you pull up the first one and just hold it on your wrist and wait. That split second in your ear, over the back of your shoulder, you just hear, "Don't miss." Gun goes off, it echoes through the streets. You hear the cackle of the Wanderer as he fades off into the back of your mind, and just as the gunshot rings out, he turns around and you just get it right through the gap in the plate, like in the helmet. Voyage, Dog, and Hugle, you guys watch as one side of the plate dents out as this viscous liquid pours out from underneath the helmet in the front, probably showering you and Dog a bit. And this guy hits the deck, and we are out of combat. I want to make it known that you guys were able to avoid the horn warning, which is great, but you have still just gotten into a fist fight in the street, and people are going to notice. Mm-hmm. Probably not as bad as it would have happened, thankfully, but still pretty bad. Mm-hmm. What do you want to do immediately?
Immediately grabbing the body of the female knight and starting to drag her inside.
That's fine.
Following immediately with the male.
Hugle is still looking like a dwarvish town's guard.
Yes, he is.
So he's going to walk up pretty much to as far, out of the way and just sort of stand there with his arms crossed, like stopping anyone from...
Sure, we'll say we can pull that up if something happens. Really smart.
I want to assist him here. So Sebastian's going to take a rock out of his pocket. A few pieces of smaller rocks start to orbit it, and you start to hear noises emanating, the sound of kids laughing and little firecrackers going off. He then takes the rock and tosses it into an abandoned house on the right there.
Ooh,
and puts it right near you and looks to you and says, "Some kids were playing." And he's going to look to like where the street is. He's going to then use minor illusion, because that's just magical tinkering. And he's going to use minor illusion and put a curtain up and just block the 5-foot space in front there as you bring the bodies in.
Oh, all right, sure. Artificial wizard buzz. So that's given you a lot of good cover. Hopefully, if no other guards come up, we should hopefully be okay. But so far, you're feeling pretty confident. Both bodies are in the house. What do you want to do?
I don't want to rush the gun here, but Sebastian basically snaps his hands together and draws from there what looks like a greenish sort of like powder that looks like it's for like cleaning off marble, and he says, "I can melt the bodies in about a minute."
I think
Take the armor off. Tragic accident happened.
I think what we'll do first, though, is just double check, make sure that we've got everything off them
Right,
and
no,
everything like
alright.
that.
Sure.
I'm
and
taking the horn.
destroy.
Oh, there was a horn. There was a
You
horn.
can take the horn. You know what the horn is, so you can just grab it.
Yeah, I'll do the horn.
We'll cover that at some point. Now,
Once everything's cleared up, Hugle's going to go back with everyone, but I'm going to drop a clairvoyance right up the front as well, which means wherever I am, I can see everything in this like general area. So if people come in,
Okay.
like even if we're all inside the building,
Me and Bailey just watching the microphone slowly descend into battle.
yes, I assume we're all in the building.
well, that's what I need to know. If you're doing anything in the street before you go to ransack the house, can we please turn these off? They're so bright.
Very ambient.
I was like, whoa!
Make it brighter.
Dude, it's like shooting up my glasses and it's just magnifying. Like,
Yeah, so as soon as the bodies are dragged and there's no obvious thing, drop my clairvoyance around here so
Yep.
I can see what's going on everywhere and duck back in with
Okay.
everyone else.
anyone else do anything in the street before we enter the house? Because the house is tricky. The house is something specific. So I need to know what you guys are doing before we do that.
Gives dog good pet for being good grapple. That's
Still not let go of this fucking dead dude's arm.
good boy.
The goodest of doggos.
Not even a dog, dude.
Best dog.
I'm an ethereal creature from another plane of existence. Player.
Good boy.
Me, I'm the good boy.
Nice.
So, what's the game plan? What do we want to do?
I'm happy to search the bodies of these ones and see if I can find anything of use on them. Notes, symbols that look corrupt.
Investigation check, please.
I can do that. I shall guide
And I
myself.
will assist.
Oh, thank you.
Advantage.
Amazing. I'll throw a bit of guidance, just a little bit of dust falls in front of his eyes and seems to
Sure.
give him some clarity. Okay, cool. So that's, well, thank you for the advantage. So that's 21 plus, so that's a 28.
I just heard 20. I'm like, yeah, dude, for sure.
Hey, nice.
You get who's around while Sebastian searches the bodies.
Zeph
Yeah.
and is Hugo
Because
around?
dog still hasn't let go.
I'd say he eventually makes his way in, but you guys are probably underway of that. Like, he waits till everyone's pulled everything off the road, stand looking around. Once it's
Yeah.
obviously clear, Hugo drops the clairvoyance at the front, and then
Alright, so we're probably doing that while you're doing the
For sure.
clairvoyance.
I'm gonna say, because we're kind of with the noise and the blanket are like losing the street away. I want you to roll 2d20s and take the higher of the roll. You're gonna want 14 or above.
17.
So that was a luck check with advantage. Your illusions and your ordnance basically trick has worked. You standing at the front of the street is basically what cemented that to work. You were able to pass that off, and people just brushed it off for something because there was obviously a soldier there, so it must be under control. So lucky for you. You two specifically, Zeph and Zero. You watch as Sebastian quickly starts pocketing, going into pockets, having a look around. Typical stuff, some iron keys, which are like jailhouse keys, rations, a small cheeky little flask of alcohol that was part of a belt buckle, kind of a tucked away. But Sebastian, you pull out 100 gold pieces for both nights, so 200 gold pieces overall. And both of the nights, you reach into their smaller back pocket satchels, which are not part of the military belts. They're not uniform. They're both unique, haphazardly made leather bags. And you pull out, and it's a little glass vial with this weird reddy crimson purple liquid in it, about big. And it swirls, and even when you set it upright and your sciencey brain starts looking at it, it still swirls with no sympathetic action given to it. And you two know what this is, but you don't. Actually, no,
No, I'm not an alchemist.
no, you wouldn't
Sorry.
know.
Severed skulls. What are we looking at here? I haven't seen anything like this before.
I will tell you.
Nick.
It's shit. Don't worry about it.
There's two. There's one on both nights. Both nights have one.
It is also shit.
But what is it though?
Let's see here.
It's astral.
That stuff you were talking about.
That's...
Yes. The fucking soldiers have astral.
I would like Zero, Sebastian, and Zeph specifically to make history or insight, whatever works better for you guys. Both of these will kind of yield the same results. Anything over like
dust in here is
13?
ridiculous.
Not for me.
Oh yes.
21.
This stems from the amount of time that you've been working around the city. Why are you falling backwards? You know until shut. You know that there's crooked soldiers. Gosrick at many points has spoken about having crooked soldiers and knights on the payroll. They double down on both sides, hand information off, that sort of stuff. It's not uncommon. It's a bit uncommon to see them with the narcotic that they can put out on the street to get rid of, but not uncommon to see them being crooked. That's just one of the things that are found. You find a letter as well. Now, it's up to you whether you want to read it now so everyone knows or you keep it to yourself. I'll leave that up to you, but you do get a letter.
Ooh. Can he have a quick scan of it just to see if it involves anything personal to him or to the things going on or anything he'd want to keep hidden?
Sure. I'll read it out so you can jot notes down
Yep.
at your own pace. It says, these houses are going to be hot commodities once people realise who was there. Your jobs are to keep people out, including other knights. Keep the streets empty and don't slip up. You fuck this up, you're fired, and if you're fired, you're dead. At the end of shift, return to the VTech warehouse. VTEK.
Interesting. No signature.
No signature.
Handwritten?
Handwritten, yeah.
All right, Sebastian.
And hastily.
Yeah. Sebastian's going to take out a little notebook. He's going to put his hand on it. Iron filings are going to land on that and make a copy of that. And then a little pen's going to fall out and using Mage Hand, essentially just using some of that rock, start copying it down over that, just to have like a permanent copy of the letter.
Sure, definitely.
Okay.
You're able to make a copy of that,
Cool.
and then you can do with the other what you wish.
Right. I'll read it out to everyone.
Cool.
It's important to know. So, yes.
So you've got your own personal copy, and then everyone, you obviously
You
have
can have that
notebooks
one, yeah.
and stuff. You can make notes of what you want. But the same thing. Houses are going to be hot commodities once people realise who are there. Your job's to keep people out. Other nights, keep the streets empty. Don't slip up. You fuck up, you're fired. If you're fired, you're dead. At the end of shift, meet back at the VTech warehouse.
Once people realize who was there. All right. Well, step one, I suppose, would be removing these bodies and disfiguring them to the point where you can't tell what happened to them.
Well, they're headless.
Is there any
Faceless.
Is there any identification of names on the guards?
Face no case.
Like, do they have
Make
badges? or anything
another
like that?
investigation check, please.
6 plus 3, I think. Where am I? Slow.
It's okay.
Investigation. Plus 0.
From what you're not sure what you're looking for. You've never dealt with organized military and like police, so you're not quite sure if it's like,
Yeah.
do they have a stamp? Do they have a necklace? Like, you don't know what you're looking for. From what you can immediately see, it doesn't seem so. Maybe it's something that's kept off the street. Who knows? But
Okay.
what do we want to do now?
Does the word VTech ring a bell at all?
Can you... I don't ask for a roll if a player can straight up guess. Stole that from Readily Mulligan. I feel like you can draw the link. I'll perhaps give you a moment to go through your notes
Thank
while
you.
Bailey is out of the room real
Yeah.
quick, because Bailey needs to be here for this next segment.
Yeah.
So if you would like to fly through your notes to quickly try and draw that.
VTech.
Hey, just so you're aware, this is just a check on this. So,
Yes.
Tasha's Caustic Brew allows for a minute every round take 2d4 acid damage, which over the course is 20 4-sided dice of acid damage on the bodies. Essentially, would the metal? I have a feeling the metal would still, like a puddle of that would probably be like prevalent, or at least not really burn through quite as well. I'm not sure.
It would definitely do some damage.
It would do
If
some
it wouldn't
damage,
melt
yeah.
the metal, it would definitely corrode it.
Corrode it and like mess
What
it
do you
up.
deal with chemicals at work and stuff every day? Do you reckon? What do you think? Help me out here.
What sort of in the world of this campaign, what sort of like acid would it be?
I think in Sebastian's case, it's more like a very caustic, almost like something that's used for like melting stuff off, like heavy stonework and things like that. So
If
almost
it's
like
for stonework, it should be able to melt metal.
You heard it here first. There's the sign. That's the scientist answer, and that's what we're going with.
All right.
Yeah.
So we'll say in the immediate time after you guys have stripped the bodies of everything,
You need-
Zeph, you're watching Sebastian pull this together, and you're like, no chance. And you walk into one of the houses, kick the door open, you're like, bucket, bathtub. And eventually you help drag the bodies in. And it's you and Sebastian. Poor Sebastian, who used to work for this city in the most incriminating
Yes.
thing ever.
Yeah.
You've got this guy by the ankles, Zeph's got this guy by the head. It's like, so you do this work often?
Yeah, you can see there's a slight almost cloud over Sebastian's eyes as he's doing all this work. He's very much looks like he's trying to be in his zone, in his mind, just out of this place. But, here we are. So,
Such a peculiar spot this once city official has landed himself in.
well, somewhat official. I know.
It is,
Oh dear.
yeah, it's
This is
a far cry from helping develop buildings and safe
Yes.
for construction to now you're burning cops. you're aciding
Crooked.
cops and evidence.
He'll lean over to Zeph and say,
They were crooked, right? They're the bad ones, we can confirm that.
Yes, we can.
That's good to know.
If they have astral on them, then
It makes him feel a little bit lighter while he's putting huge leather gloves
yeah,
on.
just like, well.
Essentially.
Alrighty.
It's a
So
nice
while
shower.
you were out of the room, where Skye is trying to put together what VTech means, I've given her an opportunity to go through her notes because there's something there that draws a link, and I'm going to allow her to find it if she can. How are you going, Skye?
While all this was going down, Voyage stepped outside and out the back to take a piss.
Valid. Just in the alleyway, just like, God damn, fine takes it out of you.
Yeah.
If you would like, you can roll for it, if it's going to make it easy for you. Unless you're adamant that you want to do it through the notes out of just sheer spite, which I think is going to be the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
and also while you were gone, Zeph and Sebastian are melting the bodies.
So he comes back in. Oh,
Rolling a
cool.
body in a bathtub.
And you see Zeph just like, go dog, and dog just spits some of his acid to try and help move the process along.
Dog also takes a piss, except it's highly acidic.
Hugle's there like saying his prayers and like sort of throwing a flower down, but like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, the flower just. Yeah.
Just really much along lines. Yes, that's one way to take care of a body.
He grabs a rock out and kind of like moves it in his hand, and a couple of lavender little rocks move around it. The smell of decaying, decrepit immediately is swapped out. for
Everyone
lovely,
gets
rich
one
lavender.
little purple floating rock around their head for a couple
Like an ironstone,
Zeph
yeah.
sneezes.
Dog tries to eat his.
Ah, fair enough.
It's not a nice sneeze either. It's like fully like you've just been
Ooh.
indoctrinated by your dad. He goes, full dad sneeze. Are you okay, Skye? How are we going?
I feel like that fucking guy where he's like got the cigarette and he's all like
Oh, Pepe Sylvia.
Yeah.
Pepe Sylvia.
Oh, bucks.
Would you like to roll for it?
Ooh, like a,
I feel like
a
rolling for it is admitting defeat.
Mon was right. Mon's right 100% of the time when it comes to Skye's personality. You poor McDougal. You had to deal with this your whole life. Shit, gee.
Pretty close to it,
This is how it be now. This is the way of
This
life.
be how it do.
yeah. This is the way.
This is be how
Well,
McDoog.
while this is all
Yeah,
happening,
yeah, you-
I guess I'll grab Voyage and be like, shall we have a look around?
Yep, let's go.
You guys want to move into the house?
We're all in the
Into
house.
the well, you're in another house. You haven't made your way into the other one yet.
Oh, we're
Because I
not
said
in the
there's
main
ex-
house? Okay.
If you're gonna go to the main house, a very explicit mechanic is gonna happen.
I'm going to ransack the house we're in then, see if there's anything worth
Yeah.
taking.
You can make another investigation check, sure.
5.
Nah, been picked clean.
10.
Picked clean.
Dang it. We're just looking, opening cupboards. What about this cup?
Yeah.
Jagged glass. Like it's already been broken from someone else throwing it. Now it's back. I don't want to like keep going forward until Skye's either finds or admits defeat.
Then we've got this. Here, have some cloth for your snotty nose.
Thank you.
Right.
Does it come in anything other than lavender? Because
We
clearly
can-
got
we
an
can-
allergy.
No, we can work something
It's not
else
an
out.
allergy. It's like when you walk into one of those like crystal stores and it's just a really strong.
Oh, it's like
incense.
an
You
incense.
explicitly remember. I don't think you got. I don't think you went into the crystal shop on the way here.
I did.
You did
I
like
did.
that.
Yeah.
But you also explicitly remember one of your dad's like sisters coming over.
Yeah.
And she's just like sounds like she smokes a 40
The
pack a day.
auntie incense.
Yeah, the auntie smell. And
There's
it's
always one.
just it is just.
Did anyone cop
abusive.
injuries in that battle?
Yes.
I'm okay for now.
I will do a cure wounds onto 0.
Absolutely.
Oh, bless you.
So, when I get the
D8
chance, it's okay if not, but when it's like potentially a heavily marked and pretty sludgy looking mess there, Sebastian will, using prestidigitation to instantly clean an object, essentially uses part of that revolving thing like a vacuum cleaner, and he watches the remains just go.
I call it a Dyson.
Exactly. I'm bringing everything. I'm bringing radio. We're bringing vacuum cleaners.
You are Godfrey's.
hell.
But yeah, you're able to. So it becomes just a black, viscous bile of what was once bodies and metal, and like you have to like strangle dogs to stop it from going to eat it, and just these spinning rocks. And just disintegrates it into nothing, and eventually. But the problem is the bathtub looks really clean now because he pulled off all the dust and the rust in the bathtub. So it's like really bad black biley ring on the top, and then nice clean white ceramic.
Dog
on the bottom.
spit.
And
Get
then
some
it's
dust.
idea. This is
history
actually
with
good.
advantage.
Okay, good thing I have advantage. Think timely. And that will be.
She admits defeat.
She's
Like
got
a-
a box on with you later.
Yeah,
You know, just
18.
bring your fucking best.
My money's on Skye. Sorry, Cody.
The camera's rolling.
It's
Does
trying to.
anyone know how to make a GIF? Oh my god. Just
You know. Oh yeah. No, if you think of one, you're like VTEC. What the fuck's VTEC? Sounds like some sort of motor car engine. Vortecing, dude.
Vortecing.
The suburb.
I would have never linked that.
Really?
There's nothing in my document about Vortecing.
Vortecing, it's the city neighborhood stuff. That's why I thought you had her. Okay, that's okay.
I was because there's that when you said how to look in your law document, I was all like, the answer must be in there. And there's nothing in there about
It's your city
Vortecing.
It's city suburbs.
Okay, yeah, I would have never picked that. Sorry.
got it.
I thought you were going
I
through
got
your
that
notes.
here.
Nah.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
I thought you were going through your notes in your book and not your phone. That's on me. I should've
No,
figured that out.
no, that's fine. Vortex.
You look at it and you're like, VTEC. That's quick slang for what people call the suburb because the name's too tricky to pronounce and you speak common.
Damn,
So-
I was in here like, VTech. Something must be V, and then someone is a technician. Making science shit.
There's some dude with Tesla coils on top of that, like, but VTEC is slang for vortecing, which is what they are, for what the workers will call it.
Vortecing. Alright. While they're who's making the sludge at the moment? Who's busy cleaning making the sludge?
we've been and done.
Sludge is clean. Bathtub is now being re-rusted by dog.
That sounds good.
Voyage and Hugle are already broken glasses in the kitchen.
Yeah, there's plate frisbee.
Just all this chaos
So
going
you-
in the
And
back.
zeros are in the background on like a chair like
So you guys, for
I'd
context,
say
are
every
kind of
30 seconds or so as well, I'm checking what's going outside.
So far, you're good. That check from before was able to buy you enough where you kind of you've got yourself time. I'd say this is about 10-15 minutes. You guys are in this house, which was the uncopped house. This is the one you want to get to.
Oh, where?
So if you want to break your way, the reason we have to wait is because there's specific mechanics in play for being able to search here because you know you've only got a limited amount of time. Where it looks sus to the people surrounding the buildings in the other houses that you're in there.
once like everything starts to settle down, just completely unprompted out of the blue. Vortecing!
VTEC is slang, short abbreviation for Vortecing. That is where the warehouse must be.
Slums, southwest. So, about,
Where's
not too
my
long
map?
walk.
I'm so professional, dude.
We're in the
we're in the north, sort of west, so we'd be heading down. Essentially 1, 2, 3 districts down. So where my home is, essentially just past that. Or we can cut through Zloto, but you're going to need to go on the edge anyways. So, we have a few homes to check and we'll need to be quick about it, right? Thank you to Voyage, thank you for having Dog help out with that one as well, and thank you, Zeph. Let's move to that house in question and be quick about it.
Peeling the gloves off.
Before we move on,
Yes.
Zeph is gonna grab Sebastian by the shoulder and just look. I know how important this shit is, and I truly understand it. But fighting with soldiers is not my line of work.
It's not mine either, but if they've got astral on them, it's hard for me to consider them soldiers.
It's hard for me too, yes. But regardless, that could have gone one of two ways, and you are fucking lucky it went the good way.
We could have been in a big fucking pile of shit very quickly.
You're referring to that horn you had before?
Oh shit, yeah. Oh shit, yeah.
Do you need me to identify it, or to see if there's
I
any
already know
others?
what it is. I already know what it is. And I already know what it does.
I think from now on, as we continue with this, we need to do it in more of a way of the people that know the city and its streets best.
You're right. I believe it was a moment of panic, perhaps, in the hopes that, they attacked Dog. I was shocked about that.
Hugle kind of walks up like a little kid with his big photo. I feel like that was kind of my fault for jumping the gun there, and I'm sorry.
Oh no, nobody blames
Big head. On his head.
I am happy to take the blame on that one, yes. So speaking of gun, your weapons. That is not the sort of weapon I've ever seen before.
Oh, these old things are they're nothing. No, don't worry about that.
Okay, that's fine.
They're so fucking cool.
That's right.
Still dripping?
But you are right, Seth. I would have not really supposed to mention this sort of thing, but my removal of a potential number of astral dealers, I have a few people on the walls, and I make sure that the people leave and don't return. Can be pretty convincing. The people around Astral, the people that fail like that letter showed, you screw it up and you're dead. Better to get these people out of here.
That is how this city works. If you don't get your job done properly, especially in the slums of this city, you're dead.
If you don't earn your keep, what's the point of keeping you?
Exactly.
Some of those people are the worst.
That is why I think we need to proceed with caution
Aye.
and do it more of a stealthier approach to this and come up with several routes moving forward.
All right.
Several options, so then if one fails, we have a second to fall back on.
I've got a few other things that can work, but I might go and stop by. I need to catch a show and pick up an item on my way back. Should be helpful.
Okay. So this is a quick conversation with some revelations that happened before we crossed the threshold into this ransacked home, the one that you guys came here for information.
Before we go in there,
Yes.
sort of go, what are we expecting in here?
Who knows? I can run detect magic and
That's
just
what I was thinking.
it'll take
Yeah.
it'll take it. I can do it ritually, but it'll take 10 minutes. If we feel like we're on the clock now. Does it seem like we're on the clock now?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. The second your foot goes through that door.
I just throw up a detect magic and start peeking through windows and things like that and see if there's anything.
Nothing. Thankfully, the house doesn't seem to have any wards, alarms, anything of the sort that looks tricky.
Can I check for traps just to be safe, like at the door?
Sure, go for it. Actually, yeah, good
Can
thought.
I also make the request that Dog goes first?
Ooh,
Can I also make the request that we go across the street?
That dog goes first?
Yeah, Scooby-Doo gang style, in one file, dog at the front, and we're all doing really
Yes.
dramatic.
Absolutely.
On the track check, a natural 20 for a total of 28.
Thankfully, you peek your head in, and it's like that thing where, because you have like the stones like sort of constantly circling, you're like, shoot him out and like, hit the dust. Nothing catches your eye. So it seems if there was any traps, either they didn't set them up good, or someone else already did the job for you.
Yep.
Thankfully.
All right. Walking into the room, if it's dark in there, you'll
Scooby-Dooing.
see Scooby-Dooing walking in. You'll see a couple of those rocks from the top kind of circle in, and lights start to appear in the space. About 4 of them that just kind of hover there in the
Excellent.
click there in the air. All right.
So, the second you guys cross the threshold, dog goes first, and with the trap check and then detect magic, he's feeling pretty confident. Get him, and he does that thing where it's like he power scuttles.
Yeah.
And like you watch the dust plume up, and you hear the rattling of his toes, and he runs back to the door. Nothing seems to retrieve his attention, so you're all good. And I'm assuming everyone's going to go in. We cross the threshold. Now, the house itself is turned inside out instantly from what you can see going through the door frame. Getting through the front door is simple because the door sits on the floor. It is no longer attached to the door frame. Easy. Here is how this next section is going to work. We are going to treat this as a round-based skill check. I will get you all to roll new initiatives, and this will determine who gets to act first. I will ask that you refrain from speaking across as each person acts to ensure we don't miss anything. And also, this is being treated in the sense that you know you're on a clock. I want to know how everyone else is going to act when they're hastily searching for something. That's the fun bit. So.
Sorry, please continue.
You just scared the fuck out of me. I'm like,
as I breathed in, I like sucked your soul out.
So,
I'll take all your happiness.
Sorry,
That was a quick-
like initiative roll, basically.
Initiative roll, yep. I'll get them in a moment. So I also, basically for this as well, I also ask you act as quickly and concisely as above the table. You are still all in a very real and dangerous position at this moment in time. You may use any reaction or class-based abilities to aid your searches and your checks if you can explain to me flavor-wise how that will help, and or mechanically, if you know you can straight up just mechanically do something that's gonna fucking beat the system. You have 2 floors to the home. I'm laying this all out now so we can get initiatives and just go straight into it. You have 2 floors, the downstairs living and dining, and there's 2 bedroom upstairs. Moving within the downstairs is 15 feet, so from basically when you walk in the door, it's just 15 feet all around, basically. Yeah. Moving upstairs is a whole 30 feet, because you've got to get up the staircase.
Yeah.
Now, other than that, that's basically all I have to give you guys, so I'm going to quickly empty this initiative sheet. I'm making up my own words now, I'm so stressed.
Shakespearean, you know?
Yeah.
He did it.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
And he was great at it. For me, not so much.
You got it.
For our home rules version of this, are you able to cast guidance on yourself?
Absolutely.
Cool.
It was like, I'm a dummy. Doesn't mean you have to be. Alrighty. 25 to 20.
20.
I got 23 with a nat 20 on the roll.
Yeah, that's where my soul went. 19 to 15.
19.
There we go.
Yeah.
Back at the top above 15 where they belong, sorry. I apologise. 14 to 10. Oof. 9 to 5.
I got 20
Oh, what?
before.
It's
Sorry,
me,
I closed it
7.
Too quickly.
There you okay.
Yeah.
You're there.
Yep.
I was gonna
Yep.
just go stick you in right down there, bud.
Yep.
You got 20 as well, but I'm assuming you got the higher dex. We all know
I'd
this.
say so.
We all know this. So, 0, Voyage, Hugle, Zeph, Sebastian. That's 5 people. Dogs with you. Alrighty. 0. You act first. House is upside down, just inside out, cupboards strewn. It's busted up. But you're also not a normal cop or a security guard. What do you want to do?
I think it's pretty befitting that she gets to go first because I feel like out of anyone, she would really understand after reading the letter and seeing the horn how under the pump we actually are. So she kind of walks in the door, almost just like does the hand push the shoulder, says like, "Get out of the fucking way, we're on a clock here." And then she just immediately
fully mums everyone.
Yeah. And she'll immediately go to make her way upstairs, and as she does, she goes, "Split up, cover the area, don't leave anything behind, overturn everything that's already been overturned. I want it turned on the turntables." And then she'll
Sweet Jesus. I'm also going to make a home rule here because I realise that some people have shorter movement than others. You can sacrifice a bonus action to dash. Only in this instance.
Can I please do that then?
You may. So everyone gets pushed out of the way, gets scolded, like a bolt up the fucking stairs. So you make it up the stairs, and there's 2 bedrooms. Getting to either one of those rooms is basically about 10-15 feet. So
beautiful. Both the doors like shut, or are they open?
Oh, no, they're open, and you can see where like the latch would be, just shattered. This was an insane like force to open these up.
From a quick glance, looking in both, which do you think would pique Zero's interest more?
I've got them numbered as 1 and 2. Bedroom number 1. It looks like the bigger room, the master bedroom.
Sweet. All right, I'm going straight into bedroom number 1. Would I use my then action to investigate, perhaps?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, so we were like that. So when you walk in, this bedroom's the biggest of the 2. Good quality bed frame and bed sits there. It's slightly askew. Blankets are ripped everywhere. White fabrics stained with what seems to be darkened blood of the recently detained individual.
Okay, I've got advantage on that. Oh, dirty 20.
Baby. Alrighty. So you kind of do that thing where like you kind of squat for a second and try to look at everything from the ground level, and then you slowly bring yourself up to scan up and down, full Terminator style, right? There's a lot of things going on here. There's a small collection of paintings of the Schwarzhausen Mountains, the woods, and even one of like Colossus. You know, it's a bit of a holiday retreat, so people like to have photos of it because it's pretty. There's a standing mirror across the room, reflecting your investigative stare, and tucked into the side of the frame, as people are wont to do, holds a picture of 2 people. An Earth Genasi male, hair seemingly made of crystal, dark grey and purple stone skin, standing drinking with a Shadar Kai elf woman. Shadar Kai being elves from the Shadowfell, like the Shadow Realm. I would like you to make a history check for me with advantage, purely on the fact that you roll so high on your investigation.
Okay, it's a 17 on the first one.
Beautiful.
16 on the second.
You're trying to beat a 15, so you're good. You know this Genasi male well. His name is Shatter, Shatter. A bit younger than you and Gosrick. He actually has a bit of a reputation for infighting. If he feels like he's been disrespected or cheated. So there's been a couple of instances that like just events where you happen to have both been hired by people to run defense or bodyguard work, or just scope out a few people to take out. He's been there and like someone's bumped him and he's gotten into a bit of a brawl. He's actually quite respected and reputable, even though he's a bit short to temper. The Shadar Kai, unfortunately, you don't know who that is.
Alright, from that round, there's nothing else that I pick up in this room?
No.
Okay, then that's probably going to be the end of my turn, I dare say.
I dare say, yeah. Unless there's... You've got action surge, you can burn it if you want to try. As I said,
I'll do it again.
I'll do it again! But if you go from bedroom 1 to bedroom 2, that's your full movement, so you won't be able to move again until the top of your turn, basically. Same as like combat, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will do that then.
Okay, cool. So burn an action surge, you sprint, you use the last few movement, action surge, make another investigation check, please.
Oh, I'm going to use my inspiration to reroll that. That was poo-poo caca.
Can we get that on a shirt? That was poo-poo caca. I'll put that one on it.
Oh, that's much better. That is... It's for an investigation, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, I'm going to roll out one more time.
Oh.
See if I can do even better.
Oh, because you get advantage on investigations?
Oh! Dirty 20 again, bitching my shit done! My apologies. I'm very excited.
I feel my campaign unraveling around. So, the upstairs bedroom 2 is the smaller of the two, obviously, in here, but there is no bed, but a desk. The drawers have been ripped out, what little papers are left strewn out all over the floor. There is a large hole in the floor where the panels have been destroyed, and a small-looking safe box is open and its contents have been emptied. Your investigation was so high. Scanning through, the safe is cleared, but you start scanning over immediately what's around you, and it's the papers that catch your attention. They're the only real thing of note that you can actually look at. These are letters, correspondence with individuals, but they seem off. Like something is meant to be there, but it's inconsistent. You might need some other eyes to look at it. That's what I'll give you with that.
Okay, then that'll be the end of my turn.
Beautiful.
Oh, I don't want to potentially. Oh, but I got a dirty 20, so I feel like there's not much we could miss up here. But I'm just wondering if I should get out of clear.
I mean, you can.
Up to you.
Probably. Does the hole go into downstairs?
No, it's between the floorboards.
She'll probably just shout out.
Sticks head through.
Yeah.
Underworld. Make another elevator.
Yes. She'll probably just shout out. Only need one more set of eyes up here, no more.
Alright. Voyage, that's going to be you with Hugle on deck.
Alright. Dog and I are taking the bottom floor.
Absolutely.
I would like to argue the point of between the fact that I'm a ranger and Dog is a dog. Not really, but he is.
He's a companion.
Could we make our rolls off perception?
Yes.
To investigate further. So what's the layout? What are we looking at for the bottom floor? Are we looking at multiple rooms sectioned off? Is it open plan? What are we looking at?
So the living and dining room it's open. Like no walls, no separation of the two. They exist, they coexist harmoniously in this landscape. It's just a mess. Upturned tables, chairs that have been decimated, just pieces of wood. Some small pictures of frames torn from the walls. The kitchen area has the cupboard ransacked, contents strewn all about the floor. Now, generally, when it comes to looking for clues, I would ride that it has to be investigation. However, because you've got dog, I will allow you to make it with advantage if you want to do that. Because perception lets you peer over, because even if you do perception and you find a key point of interest, you'll still need to make an investigation check to discern those clues. You know what I mean?
Maybe you could just point at it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of... Can I just perception and point at it for people who have a brain?
And I want there! And I want there! And I want one over there!
Sure. Sure. Yeah, roll one for dog too, sure.
Yeah, cool.
Go for it, because I've got plans for dog.
So 16 for Voyage's perception.
Beautiful.
Don't fail me now, dog. Don't fail me now.
15 and above.
It's a 13.
I'll ride with yours, fuck it, why not, you got it. So, you look around, and the one thing that sticks out to you is, you've never seen a ransacked house before, you know what I mean? You're just like, man, these cops are fucking wild. This police force busted. You look, and the entire bottom floor is just fucked, right? It's fucked, for lack of a better term. But something that stands out to you is the fact that there seems to be more shit ripped out from under the kitchenette. Like, that makes sense. And you go to point, and you're like, what's that? Dog notices and just goes, and does the pointing head thing, and alerts it to Zeph, Sebastian, and Hugle. Is there anything else you want to do with your turn?
Can I move closer to the door, just to hang back by the door so someone's there in case anyone approaches the building while we're here?
Absolutely. Just for that, I'll get you to make a perception check, and then we'll just see what happens.
10.
Sweet. Alrighty, that's going to be Hugle with Zeph on deck.
I think I'll take my magic eyes upstairs, and I'm gonna tap Zeph and a bit of purple magic goes through, and you get guidance for your search, and I'll use my full 50 feet to pretty much get to the door of whatever room Zero's in.
For sure.
upstairs,
Yeah, for sure.
and just looking in with detect magic up still.
Absolutely. So detect magic. It's like a bubble going out. You're trying to scope because detect magic is still up. You're not pulling anything magical of you. There's slight residual touches of detect magic due to just the nature of the world. You know, like Air Genasi are of the earth, so they're inherently magical, and you can just see the little particles here and there. Even Zero gives off a faint glow with a little bit of a blackish outline for obvious reasons. But nothing immediately that pops your senses thinking, oh, something insanely magical's here. I will say though, when you get up there and you look at like Zero's just like, and like he's on this piece of paper.
Just glides.
Again, looks like notes of correspondence, but they just seem a bit off. Like in like the weird exasperated ways that the notes look like they're written. Like they're getting a very roundabout way to a point where it's like, oh, you know, come meet me here for like a chipper evening, the drinks are gonna be great, this and that, and it seems like overly friendly, and you're like, this guy's either really fucking excited about this chips and dip party, or he's really dumb, or something's really off.
Are there any names on any of the things that I'm showing in the moment?
No. It's always Dear Sir. And like they'll be signed off with your friend the elf, your friend the human, which you're just like, well, that doesn't help me at all because there's 110,000 of those in here. There's 110,000 of these in here. So but you also get the sense that's not because you're not figuring it out, but that's because you're looking at something that is done for people that have done this for a very long time.
That's me. It's like, what are these notes? Just like grabbing them.
Now both of us have cigarettes and we're both like.
Poor little Hugle, his long pipe. Zeph, that's going to be you. Sebastian, you're on deck.
So you get a plus D4 to your whatever thing you do.
I'm gonna.
What was that look?
Nothing.
That frightened me.
You're welcome.
We're scheming, boss. We're scheming.
I'll kill you both right here, right
No,
now.
you won't. You love us too much.
Bond's just like, smoke.
So,
what's your game plan, you sinister little bastard?
Voyage was pointing at the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And you're still downstairs, and you've gone upstairs, and you're just like, what the fuck is this? Zeph's gonna go upstairs as well.
Okay.
So I'm going to dash up there and have a look at these notes.
You know, you take 1 foot on the staircase and then just jump the rest.
Yeah. And I'm going to read it with the decant.
There it is. There it is. Didn't know you'd get it. Alrighty, let me just go back to... So, when you read the papers, you're looking over it and you're like, this is sus. And you really look into it. They're pick up and drop offs notices. They're not going to send raptors through the city, which are like the metallic birds and stuff that use audio messages. Using spells, yeah, probably, but not every single person that deals in this line of work is a magician or a wizard or a sorcerer. So they'll just do it the old-fashioned way. They'll just do letters. And they want to make sure people can't read it, so they write it in a language that only other roguish types and thieves and criminals can understand. Not every criminal knows it, present company included, but some of them will take the effort to learn it. And basically what you're getting is, oh, come to this place, the chips and dip are great. This next batch is flawless. This will sell for high money. Instead of reading this will sell for high money, it says, oh, it's a bit pricey, but the food's great. You know what I mean? Weird stuff like that. And eventually you just pick it up, you're like, these clever motherfuckers. That's what it is.
Do any of, like, with that known now that Zeph's up there, do any of the handwriting seem to match any of the notes that I stole from Mr. K's office?
Oh, you clever boy. You clever boy. And for once, I wrote something that I thought might happen in it.
Because you said that's why I keep asking about names, because he's...
Look at my lips.
This is good.
So when Zeph points it out, yes, indeed it does.
I'll pull
some
out
of
a
the
couple of notes
Yeah.
and compare.
Some of the shipments line up. Obviously, Mr. K did a bit of moving around and he got some work done, so there wouldn't be any doubt that this Shatter gentleman that Zero knows would be sticking, you know, like, you're not beholden, unless you're enlisted to a certain family or group, you're not beholden to loyalty. It is a criminal organization after all. So it wouldn't be surprising that this young gentleman was getting in and around and also had some looking around. With this revelation coming to light, Zero, I would like you to make an insight check with advantage, which I think you already get anyway. So just go for it. What'd you get?
11.
You know there's a connection here, but your brain's not putting it together right now. We'll see how we go later into the evening.
Okay.
That's going to be Zeph's turn for now.
Still goes.
Yeah.
Or if there's anything else you want to do, sorry.
I'm just gonna have another quick sweep around the room, see if there's anything else other than the notes and stuff. So that would
Yeah,
be
sure.
an insight.
This is
Or
investigation. Yeah.
That's an 8.
Plus a D4.
What colour? Pink, purple, or green?
Green. Purple. For my
Green.
magic.
I'm
That's pretty
asking the one
Oh,
that
yeah.
gave me.
My magic is like purple, so.
That makes sense. I gotta keep that.
That was a 4.
Oh, there you go.
So that's a 12 total.
With a 12, you don't feel like you can see anything that perhaps Zero or Hugle have missed. But what you get is I'll say for the freedom of the moment, you step back into the hallway and you just sit there and you think. And it's kind of like that, if anyone's seen Hannibal, the TV show, where the main guy does his little investigative moments in his brain. It's kind of like that. Your brain starts re-going over how you think. You're building the crime scene again. And you look at the master bedroom from the hallway and you just see how torn apart it is. And you look down the stairs and you look about what's floating around. The fight that happened in the bedroom, while quick, yes, in the sense that the bed is only askew ever so slightly, the strewing of the blankets and the sheets everywhere, whoever was in here, this shadow gentleman, which you may or may not know depending on if Zero shares it with you, definitely seemed to have gave it a red hot go. Which explains why the sheets are basically half of another colour and not the white that they were probably a few days ago when this happened.
Yeah.
But that's what you get from that.
Alright, that's my turn.
That's your turn. Sebastian, that leaves you downstairs by yourself and with Voyage dog on the other
Dog's
side.
there.
Sorry.
So stepping
You guys
forward,
didn't make it there.
stepping forward across a couple of those lights in the air, just kind of almost unclip and hang like rotation just around the top of his head as he walks forward. Yeah, he's got
Spotlights.
He's got lights up.
I need to see everything.
Oh yeah. Not everyone has dark vision, folks. We're doing what we can. All right, so striding
I'm
forward.
just an old man.
I know. So striding forward, I'm gonna basically look where Dog is pointing. Gonna give him like a good. I don't know if he takes pats, but I've seen him get pats. I'm gonna quick one say, "Good boy," and I'm going to like lean over and just. I'm gonna like look over and see if I can notice any inconsistencies.
Yes, investigation, please.
Let's see it. Okay, it's good. It's good. That is a 23.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty good.
I told you I'm going to leave it to the smart people.
You got me. I'm not gonna lie. You got me on that one. So the kitchen again. The house on the downstairs floor is just annihilated. But the fact that there seems to be more ripped apart from the kitchen is what seems a bit suspect in the moment. Like even the pantry and like the other cupboards where there's like dishes and glasses. They're kind of like open and there's a couple thrown around, but not that bad. But the under the kitchenette, like the shelves, is just shredded apart. With that such a high investigation check, you stand again, same thing. You stand, and it's not about what can I see here. It's about what's here that doesn't make sense with everything else. You're looking and you're trying to put it together, and you notice that a lot of the are glasses and cups technically cutlery, or are they something else? What is it like?
Crockery.
Crockery, glassware. Yeah.
So that's nice,
a lot of the crockery is like white, like typical dinner plates and all that sort of stuff, like just easy stone polished. But when you walk over to the sink in the kitchenette to have a look, there's a lot of glass on the floor. So you quickly squat down, have a gander, and you notice that there's a lot of shattered glass on the floor under the counter. And on closer inspection, you start. We'll say for safety, you like get the edge of your cloak and start moving through as to avoid touching broken glass.
Yeah. Can even use like the mage hand and some of the wind.
Oh yeah, there you go. Just go, yoink, and then just move all the the chemicals that should be out of the reach of children.
Yes,
definitely still there. You see the fucking dog getting way too excited, like get out of there. Closer inspection reveals small empty vials with solidified residue on the bottom side. Oh!
Does this look like the purple and the red from before?
Oh yes.
All right.
But much more. What's the term when something it's like coagulated?
Oh, okay.
Coagulated and solid.
Viscous.
Yeah, PBJified.
Interesting. I'll just turn back. Is Voyage within like eyeshot?
Yeah, I'm staying just like within
excellent.
the door, keeping watch.
I'll turn
basically.
to him and I'll say, Astral. I'll start collecting it carefully. I'll check for traps. Actually, I'll be on my turn next time.
No, also it's easy. Like
I'll be careful.
Absolutely not. That's such a small space. It's not
Yeah.
couldn't see it. You get five vials, and they're all coagulated, like empty but coagulated.
Yep. So, seeing that the others are kind of taking them away, Sebastian's going to like hold for a second. He's going to slip one into his coat, and he's going to hold the 4.
I would like you to make a sleight of hand check, and Voyage will get you to roll a new perception, because you're looking into the building.
Can dog
this time.
too, because dog's right beside him?
Ooh.
Sure.
Dog's like grabs my arm, like, don't you dare, you.
You fuck. You fucking fuck.
Yeah, so that's a 23 for Voyage and a 21 from Dog.
Oh!
We're on you, both.
The most
Yeah.
deceptive
They got
creature
me.
in the world.
They got me.
Both of his eyes can move independently, like a chameleon.
When they line up together, you know he's seen something.
Yeah, you
However, we've seen you do this.
Yeah.
Dog would have alerted, and Voyage would have seen Dog alert, but Voyage has also seen you do it.
Okay. Am I aware of this?
And he looks away and doesn't say anything.
You think right now you are comfortably unspotted.
Alright.
But is there anything else you wanted to add to the end of that before we finish that first round?
And we've only got 4, correct?
Well, that was for when the horn got blown, so that doesn't count anymore because that was a fuck up on my part. So by this
We'll
point,
still say.
speed is still key, but we'll see. But it depends on if anyone has any quick ideas. So if there's nothing else you want to add,
I'll check the floor. You said there was a lot of shattered glass. So if
Yes.
there's anything like a weird corrosion on the floor that indicates like some of that was like the glasses from the drugs or the
Not a
vials?
corrosion, but you can see where some of that reddy purpley coagulant
Okay,
has been
that's all I need.
smeared a little bit.
Yeah.
So obviously there was a lot more. The 5 that you got were just the ones that were left over.
Yeah.
But we will hop back to the top, and that's going to be 0. Now aware of everything with Zeph's help and Hugle having a look and knowing that what you're looking at actually was something a bit different to what you would do, but you know that information.
Did Zeph share?
Oh yeah, actually, assuming Zeph, and he was like, "I'm fucking telling you shit, G."
There's probably product in this house somewhere. We need to find it, if there is any left. And we need to destroy it. We can't let it going anywhere. It needs to be gone. I can't find any up here, so I'm going to look downstairs. And then Zero is going to use bonus action to book it downstairs.
Absolutely. The clacking of boots come down the stairs as Zero makes herself aware once more. So you drop down. What's the game plan? What do you want to do?
First thing she will do is... Did you find anything down here?
Astro. I'm just saying.
Shit.
Looks coagulated.
Yeah, it's old. This is all you found?
It is. It's what I could find, yes.
Okay. Alright. Shit.
What would you suggest we do?
We have to destroy it.
Well, you didn't destroy the other ones you had.
Yes, I'm taking them to get destroyed.
Alright.
We can't just crack them over here. People will find them, they scoop them up on the floor.
He just and he points to where like the stains on the floor.
They're gonna be able to do. You mean like the liquid form, though?
Not just a sign of them. On my turn, I'll wait, but I'm thinking he can start to ready prestidigitation to clean
For
that
sure.
stuff up.
For sure.
sure no one
Good
finds
move.
it.
Good move. What would you like to do with the 4 empty ones you've got?
Are they empty, are they?
Well, meaning empty, meaning no usable liquid,
Yeah, okay,
but the
gotcha.
small dried, like when you leave a can of Coke sit on the fucking counter for too long, and there's no matter how much you like, I'm pretty sure I got it all. There's always that one little ring that tries to
Yeah, that shit
Yeah,
at the bottom.
She's gonna pocket them.
Yes.
And then I will just make another investigation roll in the general open plan area, not necessarily.
I would also like you to tack on an insight check after that as well.
Okay. I don't.
Would you like me to roll anything?
Not for now. You're all good.
Oh, I do have advantage to investigation, so I'll go for that again. That's even worse. You're going to the poo-poo caca. Not good on the investigation. That's only an 8.
Okay.
I will try this one for the insight. It's also not grand. I've got advantage on that. Oh, that's a little bit better. That's a 16.
You move yourself into the center of the room where once a dining table was upright and normal, now in half sitting there. And you scan around the room and you just try to draw a link. Upstairs, the notes, the safe being smashed open in the floor, the bed being overturned, Sebastian being able to find the bottles under the sink. It's all linking in a line somehow. But the main thing that gets you is the safe. How did they know it was there? You know Shatter enough to think he probably wouldn't just give it up to the cops straight away.
No.
So why was it there? Why was it open?
Has Shadow ever done jobs with Tess before?
That you wouldn't know. Because
He's never bragged about it, working with a big noter?
no, he brags. He was a bit of a bragger about, you know, like going to fun parties and getting fucked up and getting into fights and stuff, but not about his work.
Okay.
He's respected because he's very efficient
Yeah.
and he's good at his job, but he was a little bit smarter. Young, but smart.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a note of that mentally. And I dare say that'd be my turn.
Okay. Voyage, you're up next.
I want to shift dog off again to keep looking, keep pointing out anything of note. Would you like
Father!
Would you like me to roll perception for dog again?
Sure, go for it.
Someone farted. He can't smell shit.
He sneaks his head around and you find he walks into like the fireplace and he's just like picking his body up. And like he opens his eyes, it's just two big yellow eyes through like a grey face of like soot.
Yeah. Oh, poor bastard. Having a bit of a chuckle.
Then attempts to like lick it off like
Can I would like to take another check outside before I walk away, and I want to approach Zero for a moment.
make a perception check, please.
That is a 25.
What did you roll on the dice?
19. I have a plus
Jesus.
6.
You stay at the door for about a moment and you start hearing the prattling of footsteps and you're just like fuck and you hide and then you wait and it's because it's the middle of the day, like you guys are going into like the early afternoon now. Just two teenagers walk past and they kind of see you looking just like and you get that medium moment. It's like these are also, it's like a young tiefling boy and like an older like elven girl, and it's like older in a sense like she's just a little older than him, but they're still teenagers. And you also get this, and it's like, yeah, these motherfuckers up to no good. All right, yeah, all right, I see it. And they're just like, like get out of there, bud.
Yeah.
But thankfully enough, I rolled a luck check here and I rolled like an 8, so you're not getting anywhere. So thankfully, yes, and you beeline over to approach Zero.
Not so much beeline, he's making it look like kind of cash. He's just like,
Looks at that power walk.
They're just like, oh, this pillow's no good anymore.
oh, get that soot off your face, dog. I'm just going to pretend you're Zero. Come closer.
Watch my wall, please.
0.
Speak of the microphone, damn it.
But we get the impression now.
Yeah.
It's visual, yeah.
Poor Mod's just like, Help me.
No, I'm used to it.
Oh. This is every day for me.
It's just like
nice and quiet. He's still got one in his pocket.
I would like you both to make stealth checks. And this is going to go against Sebastian's passive perception, which would be...
Ours would be 14.
Okay.
Tricky.
Not impossible, but also not easy.
Not impossible, yeah.
Stealth.
Because this is purely conversation based, does the disadvantage for my armor have an effect?
No, it doesn't.
Thank fuck!
That's a 23, Chief.
Oh, yeah. Chief.
Stone faced.
Doesn't fucking matter, I got a 6.
So as I was saying, he's got one in his pocket.
For a total of...
The total is 6.
It is 6. Yeah. Sebastian, just off the corner of your ear, you just hear Voyage just mention it in that split second where it's just silent enough. Whether you act on that on your turn is entirely up to you, but you are aware that now Zero knows that you have pocketed one of those bottles.
Okay. For reference, Zero outwardly doesn't react to it at all, but there is, with Voyage being in such close proximity, he'd see the slight twitch of the eyebrow, which is basically just, is that fucking right?
I'll even say, like, even Sebastian, like, you're a man of science. You know that moving quickly is not the good thing to do when something explosive is near you. So you're just like, they don't know, I know.
And with that, can I still move back to my position at the door?
Sure. Hugle, that's you. Zeph, you're on deck.
So I was like in the doorway of the upstairs, so I'm gonna duck just on the other side of the hallway and scan the other room with detect magic still up.
Again, the blood on the sheets gives off magic energy. Again, coming from a Genasi male, if Zero did share that information. I believe you... Did you? Would you share that? Yeah. A little bit of residue of like earthly primal magic just tingles a little bit. I think detect magic's very specific, but I will just say for the sake
it needs
of
to
it...
be like magic items or things.
Nothing like that, no.
Or something that is emanating specific magic.
No, nothing like that. This is pretty outwardly, I'd say. And Zero, you would know this too if you decide to share, but Shadow was a pugilist. He was a hand-to-hand fighter. He had no weapons, no magic items. He was just good at belting the fucking snot out of people.
So a description for each room that's upstairs as well. What's in the first room?
The first room, bedroom 1, is the master bedroom where the bed frame's slightly askew, but the sheets and stuff are strewn everywhere. There was a tall standing mirror which has the photo of the Genasi male and the Shadar Kai woman. And the other room was the office with a small desk, the huge punched-in hole in the floor where the safe opened up, all its contents empty, and all the paperwork that you, for this instance, you still have it. So the ones you stole from Mr. K's office, and the one you stole from this office.
Okay, so the paperwork was from the office as well.
Yes. Yeah.
In the bedroom, is there any like cupboards?
Yeah. Sort of standing cupboard, yeah.
I'm going to use the rest of my movement to head back in there and search any cupboards or anything and get myself guidance.
Have a gander.
Have a gaze.
Have a
It's not
gaze.
gonna be good. 5.
Just a lot of, like... For a guy that was a bare knuckle, like a pugilist, he had a bit of a taste for fine clothing. 3-piece suits, nice jackets. Which is funny because the photo of him in the mirror, he's very casual, like just a nice button-up layout, like shirt and track, like pants and stuff. And the Shadar Kai woman was wearing like a tunic and like pants. But in here, like this, it's not a bad look. A bit of some nice outfits here, some pinstripes and like some purple and like some like red velvet. You do notice that one of the jackets still has a little bit of a smidge of blood on the cuff, ever so slightly, that he seems to have missed. But other than that, that's about it.
I will grab the purple jacket.
I want this material. But out of everything, I would say you're pretty confident that up here was cleared out even before you guys got the stuff that you know is a little bit more important.
I'm going to grab the purple jacket and I'm going to basically size it up. Does any of these suits look about the same size as Voyage?
Make a luck check. Roll a d20.
Getting his man's fitted.
17.
Absolutely.
I will grab the suit that looks like it would best suit.
Now you have 3 colours. Black, so charcoal, black and grey pinstripe, purple velvet or red velvet, like red velvet.
And I leave, and I'm walking downstairs with like a big pile of clothes.
All of them.
I'm using like the dash axe to continue the rest of the way down. As I come down, I'm like, Voyage, you can pick one, but the purple's mine.
It comes over. Oh, fuck yeah. Grabs the red one.
I knew!
With my boots, you guys, these are gonna look so good.
Sensational.
Anyone want the pinstripe?
I'm gonna skip that one.
I'm looking at Zeph. Like, Zeph doesn't
Yeah, I
want to
reckon
suit.
Zeph's
upstairs.
Zeph,
You just watch him walk down with his suit.
That's just like...
You just watched a pile of clothes with legs, dude.
I'm imagining this scene. Sebastian's mind is racing. He's figuring out the right way, and in the midst of this moment of tension, standing off against Zero and Voyage, just
Wheel it, picking out shit.
Zeph's just thinking about the amount of
serious
tailoring
moment.
that's
Gone
gonna
is
be needed.
red velvet.
Like, Hugle could easily make Dog an outfit with the leftover fucking
2
fabric.
shots of blonde hair from underneath a jacket.
I'm well aware it's far too big, but I'm gonna find me a tailor.
Alrighty. Zeph, that's you.
So upstairs was just hallway and the 2 bedrooms. There wasn't like a washroom or anything up there.
No, you're even just getting the layout. You know the washroom is like a little thing out the back in the alley. Like a basin where they can put fresh water in and they can just wash there, tip it out into the street.
Yeah. Alright, so...
Your dad built a cover over yours to make it its own independent thing so people stop using your shit.
Yeah. Yeah, so Zeph will just go downstairs and meet up with everyone, so that'll be my movement.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna get them to go towards the living area and have a look in there.
Yep, cool. Roll investigation. Does that still have less?
It's guidance, it only goes.
Oh, guidance, yeah, okay. Oh, this is so exciting.
So that is a dirty 20.
You're looking at where everyone's spaced out right now, having investigated the bottom floor. And what this, again, you believe that any evidence you guys could use, you have already picked it up if it wasn't picked up by the cops.
Yeah.
So you start looking at trying to formulate, because I don't want to waste these good checks, you guys are beginning to formulate what you believe the game plan was. So you step right next to Voyage, and you lean up against the door frame, you look at the door, and you follow your vision as you lay it out in front of you in your mind palace how you believe it went.
Yeah.
The door was beaten off its hinges badly. It seems that they either had access to a spell to open the door, or whoever got it was insanely strong, or they were able to just coordinate something. Moving through, what did you say you got for your investigation?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. You start peeling through a lot of the shattered plates and the flipped tables and stuff, and you're like, I haven't seen a lot of evidence about shatter and see what happens. So you start moving everything off and pushing it to one side, and then ever so faintly soaked into the wood, but they're enough for all to see once pointed out. Even Sebastian passively can just shoot off a prestidigitation from like outside of his turn to like blow a lot of the dust and the shit off, and you see those darkened splotches. Genasi blood, Earth Genasi specifically, their blood's very dark because it's very earthine. It's got like it's more like a, it's sometimes a bit more like a sludge than it is a blood. It's just how their blood works.
Filthy mud blood.
Mud blood, like quite literally. And you start to see, you see where the track is. And you just take a moment to think about the layout of the house. And you're like, well, if there's one person living here, maybe 2 with the photo of the woman, it makes more sense that the table's probably in the middle and there's seating chairs around the fireplace, obviously, and there's the kitchen. So you follow the trail based on that mindset, and you start, like, you even look for, like, little scuffs in the wood. Like, your dad, master woodworker, you know what you're looking for, and you start noticing the notches where, obviously, the table's been there for a little bit, because the wood around where the table foot was is a different colour from when the sun's hit it.
And it's also probably indented, because that also happens when you have heavy furniture on timber.
Yes, there you go. So there you go, a little real-world knowledge coming into my fantasy game here that I'm playing with my friends. And you look at the blood trail. With a dirty 20, because I dare say we're probably going to come up to the end where I think we're going to wrap up what's happening here. They dragged him out of the house around his furniture before they tore the house apart. Mm-hmm. The blood stains, it just makes sense. what you get from that with a dirty 20, I won't make you roll insight for it. They came in to extract Shatter specifically, got him out, and then tore the house apart. Which speaks very loud words already, without me having to explain them to the party. But unless there's anything else you think you can add to that, I think that'll be your turn.
Yeah, and as Zeph's going around and investigating, they're kind of like talking to themselves as a way of everyone else hearing that whole thing play
Full
out.
Sherlock Holmes style?
Yeah, in
They
their
went up
head.
the stairs.
Not necessarily like that, but just like, you know...
You're relaying the game
Yeah.
plan out loud, and everyone's just hearing it sympathetically because you recited to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I feel that spiritually.
Yeah.
But that's what you get. Sebastian, that is you.
Sebastian reaches to his pocket and takes out a vial. Walks straight to 0. Hugle didn't mention you or Zeph when we had that zone of truth as to which organizations you were affiliated with and who you work for. The only people who acted when I had it were you and Zeph. I return this to you now because I realize that they trust you. It was for them.
Thank you. But lie to me again, and it'll be your last lie.
Understood.
And then she'll pocket that one as well.
You now have 5 coagulated vials.
Okay.
Is there anything Sebastian would like to do with his turn?
I think one of the reasons he wanted to come here, he can see, he's going to quickly flick back, take a deep breath. All right, where are they? He's going to scan the floor really quickly, just as everyone's starting to leave at the end of this round, or whatever it is we're planning on doing. He's going to look, see the footsteps, see what's broken, and look for basically inaccuracies, maybe footsteps and footprints that aren't like anyone in the party, or soldiers, and also weapon marks that aren't standard to soldiers.
I'm going to allow you to do that, and with Zeph's insane, like, spider crawling, being like, there's an imperfect mark now, you can get advantage on that, please.
Come on.
Not great, but, you know, for me it's alright. It's a 16.
16 will do it. Tracking weapon usage in a close quarters combat environment is tricky because you're trying to discern one particular mark from another. We flash back to when our party was in Sindrafen and you saw the marks on the door of the Goliath. Some of those are very obvious when they're done. Going through this house, on the bottom floor, it doesn't seem to be that anything like popped off. Even like we'll say again out of the combat round, would you mention the hole in the floor with the safe to Sebastian or no? Would you keep that to yourself?
She probably would have announced it when she came down before the whole vial incident happened. Yeah, absolutely.
You basically go, oh well, it looked like this, you know, like some of it was going in this and that, and you break that down. I was like, yeah, it sounds about like what a heavy object would do. So that sounds about right.
Yep.
But what alerts you is Zeph's Dirty 20 investigating the inaccuracies on the wooden floor. When you start scoping and you go, I'm looking for footsteps or something to try and, that's not ours to discern the difference. Zeph, you full backtrack. You're like, hold up, step, step, step. And you notice these, I guess the term would be like arrows, like points in the floor. And you're like, they're not furniture. Like they're definitely marks though. So with a dirty 20 on your investigation leading into Sebastian's, you discern that is the kind of marking that someone wearing heavy plate would do. The toe guards of heavy plate are quite jagged. And sometimes they will go down to points as to help get grip on the ground if they're sliding, that sort of stuff. So it seems it could be one of the knights, it could be just someone who was wearing heavy plate, but someone who was rigged up and ready to really fight was in here, at least.
Good to make note of. He'll look at that footprint. Paper comes out of his book quickly. Same sort of overlay of that metal filings, and then starts copying the footprint down just beat for beat.
Quick sketch of a footprint.
Just to get an idea of it.
Hell yeah.
So, we're into the second. We have now finished the second round of this investigation. We have yielded some incredible results and incredible evidence.
Let's go.
I put it to the table.
No,
what
we
do we
go.
want to do?
We go.
Getting the fuck out of Dodge, man.
On our way out, I'll grab Sebastian. Can you throw down one of those strings that'll alert you if people cross by that you used the other night?
No, unfortunately, take about 11 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Nope, let's get the fuck out.
Let's go.
Understood.
So, that begs the question. Where does our party want to go?
Away.
Take me away.
Zeph is gonna.
Hugle will walk out first because I'm still in a guard look.
Oh, it's been a dwarf the whole time, yeah.
He walks in. Who's back here? Oh, it's you, Hugo.
And scope out quickly outside.
Perception or investigation, whatever works better for you.
15.
No, street still seems pretty scant.
Yeah.
Thankfully.
Let's get out of here.
Bar the young couple that Voyage saw.
Zeph is going to go up next to Sebastian again and say, "We're leaving the warehouse until later, when the sun is down."
Right. That's good. We'll make a stop off. I think I've betrayed some trust today.
Either that, or we can leave it until a few days' time, because I believe some people have some things to do in the next couple of days.
We can do that. Depends on what you all prefer. I just need to pop by somewhere and pick something up.
Okay.
We'll just get probably like a safe distance away, I think, before we continue.
For sure. So feel free if anyone has an idea about like what path you want to take. But what do you think?
Radio clicks back on, small talker. This is setting stone. Come in.
You get a small little feedback loop, like a sound, but this is like, it's like a holding sound, which means you know that your wife has clicked it over, meaning she's aware of it, but she can't do it right now because she's at the theatre. So, it means it's one of those text things where it's like, I'm busy, call back later.
Busy, call back later.
You've been left on red.
You've been left on listened, and you're like, oh.
Yep.
But that's a good sign, which means she physically had to turn the dial to do that.
Would you be opposed to us considering what we're carrying? We either go back to yours or Goss's. Gestures to Zeph very specifically for that.
How much more do you want me to suffer with?
All of it.
All that.
Hugle will just find an opportunity when there's not much around to drop his disguised self as well and not bring any attention to
You
it.
quickly slip under Zeph's cloak for about a moment, just go, and then you come out, and it's Beach Boy.
It's like a Wonder Woman costume change.
Yeah, literally.
But 12 rounds and then you're back, yeah.
But I've still got the purple jacket over my
It is so long. So long.
Like, I look like a kid playing dress up.
As they're walking, Zero was just, we can go back to mine, but we have to dispose of these. They're not coming into my house.
I can use the acid trick again, disintegrate them.
Alright. That'll definitely get rid of it. The whole lot.
Depends on how it works. I've never had a chance to study it myself.
Well, it's essentially made of leftover magical components. It's a mishmash of a lot of different things.
How does that?
I may not be the smartest, but should we be mixing chemicals like these
More
together
magic?
in public?
Not in public, and whether or not the fumes or the byproducts occur, I don't know. I've never actually held astral before till today. I've dealt with dealers, but they move their product quickly.
I mean, surely if... How quickly does it burn, the acid?
Relatively quickly. I mean, over a minute, I was able to burn those soldiers' metal.
Surely it would burn fast enough at the magical component, and also, mind you, the coagulated, very expired magical component wouldn't have enough time to react to the acid, surely.
Potentially. If you'd like, you can take it down. We can take it down to one of the lower paths. Take a stair down.
I reckon.
Have the burn happen just faintly in a slum.
No, it don't make difference.
And I am sorry. For what I did before. It was unnecessary. I should have assumed better of you all and myself.
You were honest at the end of the day.
But
only because you were God.
That is true.
Oh god, I've had my mum say that to me once. I'm pretty sure. Honestly, this like that hurt. But we all.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed by
Yeah, that's the worst.
That's the worst.
So we can say for the sake of brevity, because we're now going into the afternoon. So we've gone past midday. It's like about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You guys are able to break off into the lower paths. Everyone here knows now well enough that the lower paths are mainly for carts and individuals that are doing quick traffic, because they can cut straight through the north entrance of the city and go straight out the south. Pretty quick. Like a spider web, basically.
Yeah.
So you quickly beeline off and you find there's a load of just, abandoned drums and all that sort of stuff. So quickly you will put together a fire, and within that, you throw the vials in, and Sebastian, you call the acid on top of it, and the acid burns within the fire, and it kind of shoots up, and the fire goes from being like that, it's like blue when it's like so quick that it's safe for a minute, and it's like, it burns really quick, you're like, that's peculiar, and then the fire itself goes into like a purple.
Sebastian backpedals 50 feet.
Oh,
And
okay.
he grabs onto the brick and he just starts breathing heavily.
You guys watch as you're like, that's peculiar, and he's full
gone.
dips. Like
Just
full
gone.
dips. Leaves you guys in the blast radius.
Eyebrows gone.
Yeah. So it's concerning, the purple flame. It doesn't explode, thankfully. I'm not gonna kill you guys or do anything sus.
I had a plan.
Yeah.
He tried.
Oh.
I'll straight up die, G.
No, so the flame burns into like this dark purple, and then a light purple, and then kind of like a galaxy blue, and then a couple of like little sparks where obviously it's the magical components are being burned by the fire and the acid, and eventually it just goes and fully just inerts. So eventually the fire returns to back what it is, and then goes into like where it's on the ends of like cinders turning into just ash. Very weird reaction, but obviously it's what you get when it's magical components that you're destroying with acid and fire. So, peculiar response.
Did Zero do the full vials as well that we got from the soldiers?
The whole fucking lot.
Just
Yeah,
double
making
check.
sure
Yeah.
no incriminating evidence. You guys do that, and then break off to the lower paths. And at some point you meet where, how we decided, are we going to Zero's apartment or Gostrik's apartment, because our parties will split and diverge off.
I did leave the invitation open for everyone to come back to Zero's if they wanted to.
Voyage has gone to zeros.
I'll do that as well.
Okay. Everyone's going to quickly beeline back to Zero's house. Again, midday, not super busy, but still a lot of people. Break in. Break into Zolotto. The guards let you in. Little automatons and stuff running around. Little bin dudes. These little bin dudes. They're so cute. I'm going to draw one. And then take the elevator.
How far from the house that we broke into are we, roughly?
What did I say it was?
Like, are we over a mile away?
Probably, yeah, by this point. If you're getting back to Zero's apartment, probably over a mile, yeah.
Okay.
At least. Was that for clairvoyance or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. So clairvoyance is popping up. It's just random people walking through like sticky beaky.
Oh,
stuff.
my other one would have worn off by now anyway.
Oh, for sure.
I was
For
just
sure.
I throw it up again.
All good. And eventually you guys make it back to Zero's apartment. Plants overgrown, some 8-legged freaks making their homes in the rafters, but the big open window looking out the grey, muggy sky as we begin to wind down for the afternoon. Zero, as you feel a familiar vibration of a sending stone in your back pocket, and that's where we'll take a break. And we'll rectify that as we come back. See you guys in a minute. and welcome back. So, we have God, that thing's huge. I'm trying to do the reintroduction. I'm like, oh my god, it's a comet.
Makeup YouTube thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Brie. So we enter into. So help me God, if that rattles across this table, you are in timeout, you naughty boy. We make it back into Zero's apartment as the familiar vibrations of a sending stone in your back pocket begin. And you look at the sun, you realize it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But there's like...
Hello.
Are you okay, Mama?
Perfect. Perfectly fine.
That's free. Excuse me.
Rolling that deception. That's a dirty 20.
What the? A beautiful boy. A beautiful boy. Okay. Yeah, let's see. So he's gonna roll insight. He's got advantage on insight, just like his mum.
It's good.
Oh, okay. I'm finished, so I'm going to pack up and come now. Is there anything? I've got stuff I'm going to bring for dinner.
Come now, of course. How long do you reckon you'll be till you arrive?
Let's check the map real quick. Maybe 45 minutes if I book quickly.
45 minutes, alright, that's no problem. Actually, you probably could stop off at the market and grab me a couple of things. She gives him this like obscene list of like things that she knows are difficult to find in the market. Not impossible, but would
Blue
slow him
flower,
down.
red thorns.
None of them are coherent. There's no recipe that he'd ever know of where any of these would work well together. But it's just like, it's just a couple of more difficult things to find in the markets. Need these very much.
Okay.
You do it for Mama?
Yeah, of course. It'd probably take me about an hour and 10 minutes to get it done. I think I know a lot of places I can get these. I do orders for people at work. So an hour and 10, maybe an hour and a half, depending on the line, the way. It is the afternoon, so it might take a little bit.
That's perfect.
Are you sure you're okay?
Perfectly fine. So you reckon you'll be here like maybe like 3:30ish?
I can say 4 to be safe if you were worried about...
4 is perfect. 4 is perfect. Thank you. Oh, such good boy. Mama loves you. Kisses alright. Goodbye now. See you soon.
Okay, but stone goes dark because the stone glows like so. Zero got for you guys. For Zero, you're like I'm trying to buy time for my boy before he gets it. For you guys, it's because it casts a blue light. It's bottom lighting her so badly. It's like you're like Mama loves you, and everyone's just like damn dog. But yeah, so basically about 4 o'clock he'll get there. It's about like 2:15ish, 2:30.
Alright, Zera's immediately going into clean freak mode. She like pulls off the like outer layers of her leather armor and puts like a dirty apron on. And then she goes to like tie back sort of the top part of her hair. And when she does so, it becomes readily apparent that down the left side of her head is a fucking brutal and nasty scar. It looks fucking repulsive. It looks like something big and thick has just crushed the side of her head in, and there's actually a slight indent of where the scar is. And then she begins cleaning like a mad woman.
Where can we help?
Aye.
Try and get as rid of much of the soot as you can. If you can try and prune back the plants, maybe make them look nice.
Oh, I've got this.
Inspiration, yes.
Drew crafted.
He's just a blur over there.
Don't displace the little creepy crawlies though. This is also their home, so please try and be gentle with them.
No murder, only remove the animals.
No murder, only clean.
And it's like almost this like comical, like picturesque thing where she's like comically like, you know, sort of stressing, and then it goes to that like blackened eyes thing. It's all like, but don't go into any of the rooms down the hall.
Understood.
But yes, any help will be
No.
very great.
Animal handling to remove all the spiders and creepy crawlies and keep them somewhere where they can live and be released again into the house later.
Go for it. We'll go around the table.
Like a container you've got like in your hands. Just
what's the biggest container you've got? I'm talking like this.
sets up like an atrium, like pouring some plants in and stuff.
There's like D&D sized giant spiders.
Yeah.
Dog and I are having like a full battle.
It's just 16 eyes, and he was just like, nope.
It's like on the torture fly, like, back, I say no.
Zeph is just crying in the corner because there's so many spiders.
Zeph just gets the dustpan, like sweeping up the gunpowder. Is this good? Anyway, animal handling. Sorry.
That's so good. Hang on, that's a 15.
Sure enough. So it's you find like it's mainly due to the fact that the plants are so overgrown. They're starting to drape down the rafters. So at one point you're like watching where they're spanning over like the corners and stuff. You're like, oh, that's how they're gonna get there. And Voyage drops the bow, takes off the breastplate, and you're moving through. You're like, I've got these motherfuckers now. And you grab like the biggest container and like some plate that you can. And it's like it's a 15, 25, nearly half an hour job as you're just scooping up these spiders, ever so gently putting them back into the top rafters. You're like standing on the kitchen now, like, and it coincides with Hugle trimming and then using Druidcraft to regrow the plants such in a way that they don't hang, but they're easier for you to cater for. So you cut off a lot of the longer ends that have grown out of the rafters and out of their
Pulls out one of those
vases.
little Japanese saws and he's trimming it.
Yeah.
And he's pulling some extra flowers in there, and like it's the most beautiful wedding style topiaries all over the place. This place looks.
What a legend.
So pretty.
You just gave him like free reign to make plants.
Absolutely.
He's like,
It's the Homer Simpson thinking that he's a 30-foot gold man laughing. Flowers coming down. They fully like flower petals.
yeah.
Dog, you send Dog on a mission to wrap up any creepy crawlies that are like on the ground, like ants and spiders and stuff that like aren't in the right. You're like on the ground, good to go. And this poor little dude just fucking guns it up the hallway. He's basically like an anteater, and he's like at one point like he knackers himself out trying to catch them, and he's like, and like so to get that sorted. Zeph and Sebastian, what are you guys gonna do to help clean this apartment?
I think what Zeph will do is just clean up the fireplace and get rid of any of the old like coals and stuff like that, and then light a new one.
Okay, we'll say I'm gonna write that in with you definitely. Zero mentions about the soot, and then I'm going to say passively you also remember that she also uses guns, so there's a possibility that some of this soot is bang bang our soot. So you just go and find like the biggest possible broom you can and start sweeping the floor, and you realize underneath the what seems to be charcoal grey wood floors is actually hardwood brown under the thick layer of dust that is and soot and gunpowder that has found its way onto the floor as if you attempt to sweep as hard as you can. It's a big job though, but alas, you get it done. Sebastian, what do you want to do to help out in this manic moment?
Well, I think Sebastian will unclick his pocket watch, snap it onto the wrist brace, send that vortex around, and arcane hoover the house.
Arcane hoover!
Essentially, all those little flecks of dust that hide between the corners, all the little things that have been hanging on the little like ceiling rafters, just clean.
At some point, I even think like while Dog's on his like power mission to try and get the bugs, he fully gets shin checked by an arcane Roomba. So you're like sending it out like it's and you're like, no, I'm gonna bring out the big rocks for this, and you pull like the big ore, and as it just like a little UFO, it's doing a little tractor beam, pulling all the dust in and just destroying it into nothingness.
Yep.
And poor Dog just comes in on a sprint. But because the floor's been cleaned by Zeph, he kind of hits the hardwood and just stops. He's like,
Can't mend any scratches left from that.
But I would think that from the street, there's a lot of lights coming out of this window, like the caramel dancer meme.
Yeah.
And it's like inside, you guys are like power cleaning. Sebastian's like sweating, like. And Zeph's got veins in their forearms. Zero. Hugle is like at one point is like just druid crafted vines to hold him to the raft, like one of those window cleaners as he trims all the things. And Voyage has got this hair tied back and is like at this point has now gone in and fully picked up an empty vase with like a bigger plate, and you're like catching the biggest spiders you can and like putting them back up in the grass. I would like Zero to roll in front of the table a d20 for me, and just don't add anything, just a d20.
Okay. Come on. Oh, a 5.
Just under an hour. No.
How's the place looking?
Pretty fucking smig.
Alright. Okay.
Hugo catches it.
Hugo catches it, pours them out, puts a flower in the vase.
Amazing.
I need liquid! Oh my dear lord.
As a river returns, Zero is now perfectly clean.
Oh, fantastic!
I'll cast Prestidigitation on her. So,
Beautiful.
just all the dust just...
She was like about to open the door and she's like, why the days? Yeah, alright. You can hang around. And,
Are you making a business for this stuff? You'll be rich!
and she like does like one last check over herself, realizes that Sebastian's done a schmick job of it, and goes, and then opens the door.
Alrighty.
That's how you earn trust back. You clean there.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Sold.
It's community service, basically, and I'm on it.
Alright, sorry, give me a moment. I drank way too much water, like trying to keep my mouth satiated for that. What that was. Pardon me, I forgot we were recording for a second there.
Yep.
Role playing housework.
The true fantasy experience.
Absolutely.
Art imitates live and then some. So, everyone sort of just quickly acts cash around the house as this young white tiefling man comes in. Tall, white skin like porcelain skin. And you can see like underneath the layers where there's like that slight hue of like where the blood goes to the cheeks and stuff, as is one to happen with someone that has pale white skin. But that's not what draws your attention right off the bat. Obviously a little bit of red on the nose and the ears, but it's the bright piercing golden eyes with the almost slit-like pupil. Tidy, long hair, but tidy. Couple of stray strands hang a little bit, wishy-washy, surfer boyish kind of. With white hair tied back into a loose braid, not unfamiliar to yours, Zeph, that comes around his shoulder, and from beneath it are 2 white horns around under his head.
I have sent a photo to the group chat.
Oh, there we go. Yes, I've been looking at the photo myself.
God damn.
Damn! Respectfully, your boy's hot. He wears
Where's my Gosrick picture? Quick.
Oh, you want to send Goss to the group chat?
No, let me just remind myself. I'll take a moment. Damn it, I jumped too quick.
I went for the first guy.
No, it's all good. I'm pretty happy with my man.
With my man.
She says sadly.
I'm so happy with my man.
So, he walks in wearing white shirt with or slightly off-white, like a darker white, with a charcoal vest, charcoal trousers.
If you wanted to look, because I don't think you're in
I know.
Oh, yeah, cool.
There you go, a handsome boy. Nice trousers, vest with shirt, long hair, with paper bags of like groceries, and he's it's the expecting to just see his mum and then looking beyond his mum. This how old is he? In his 20s? I think he's like 20.
He's in his early to mid 20s. I think he's about 23, 24.
23, yeah. So he's got that face that's like that chiseled face, but like on the edge of boyhood into manhood, still very young face. But he smiles when he sees you. He's very ecstatic. You guys haven't seen each other in a while. Then he looks past and sees the rest of the group. Friends?
Yes, friends. I thought,
Good, I bought a lot. And he kind of shuffles through with his bags. Please take this. This is very heavy.
She'll take the bags and run them to the kitchen.
He got everything you asked him to get. This boy is fucking efficient.
That's my boy.
Like, efficient, right? And Ivani gets in, and you guys watch as he puts his bags on the couch. He's like, it's a little bit tricky when you're trying to find tomatoes of a certain size, but, it was simple enough to get.
Wow.
Hello, friends.
Hello.
this is Hugle, Sebastian,
Pleasure to meet you.
Zeph, and Voyage.
Hi.
Everyone, this is my son Valoris.
Valoris?
You can call me Val if you like. It's easy. Tricky names, all that sort of thing. So,
He's my baby boy, and then she squishes him into the shoulder and ruffles up his head.
he's like taller than you. Like, he's like, ah.
Hi.
I've been
Yeah.
Sebastian, just to the side, will kind of flick some of the dirt from his socket, like a bit of the dust. It flies into the corner of the room, and then you see it form like a flat bar, and then start to move up and down. And some light music of orchestral variety you might find from theatre.
This man's an MP3 player. He's a Roomba. He's a Dyson. This guy can do it all.
He's a serial killer and puts people in acid.
Yep.
I love Dexter.
What do you know?
Oh my god.
Misname opportunity, my dude. Misname
know.
opportunity.
Is Dexter coded?
Dexter.
Yeah.
That is sick.
So, I must say I'm very impressed with your ability. You caught all these ingredients and things just then.
When you work in an office and it's basically your job to do everyone else's job, you get very efficient at finding the thing that people ask you to find.
I can relate to you on that part at least. Well, that's excellent. So you work in the foods industry then?
No. I guess technically for studies, I'm a bard. I studied under the College of Lore, so it's easy for me to research, do information, that sort of stuff. Mama knows. I just do a lot of paperwork, basically. But,
Zero's beaming behind him.
That's fascinating.
yeah, but what about you? You have some quick gadgets. I would like to assume you probably do more the technical aspect.
I've graced the college and all that sort of thing. The lore aspects are really detailed. They're fantastic over there.
It's a lot of books. I'm
I
sure
know.
you're
Yeah,
aware.
a bit of copying and all that. It's worth it.
He looks around to the rest of the party though, and he's a bit intrigued. So what about you, friends of Mum?
Out of towners, these two.
I can see, not in any offensive way, but you have the garb of travelers.
I'm wearing an oversized purple.
I sort of lean over a second and I say, you'd be lucky to know that Olivia, my wife, he kind of pulls his ring out for a second, happens to be one of the best at designing and cutting cloth.
Not me
So if
checking
you want
for
that
the
to fit
name
you,
of the place that
we can
That
organise
would
that.
probably be a good idea. Rolls it up past his hands.
I
I like the colour though.
We could probably pin it first and probably be a bit faster, but we can get it. How soon do you need it fixed? Addressed. I mean, it's perfect. It's great. I just don't want to- Wow, the music. I'm gonna you keep up.
Just turn the music up.
We'll get there.
We'll get there.
But yeah, he looks to. I guess because you were the first two that you pointed out to him. So where are you from? You look like you're well traveled.
Do you know the lands very well?
Here and there. Depends on how far out, I guess.
Do you know the Pottswood?
Let's make a history check. Oh yeah, not bad. I roll better with this dude than I do with my own guys. He goes, yeah. Up to you head more towards the right. It's like kind of nestled between Schwarzheisen and the Deadlands.
That's it. I come up in a village from there.
Oh, that's a lovely place out there. Obviously, part of it, but
Yes, that's an area to be avoided, but
I'm sorry to hear that. That's strange. Potts Hollow, I've never heard of anything like that occurring.
you don't know the Deadlands?
I know of the Deadlands, it's
There's a couple
vast, though, pretty wild.
There's a couple of large rivers between us and there, so that generally keeps our township protected.
Right.
Well, see, I'm not one to leave an office and go to a place where everything that's dead can get deader.
No, from first-hand experience, I wouldn't be going anywhere near that place.
It's like me playing it being awkward is because he feels odd because he's meeting a bunch of people off the cuff.
No, I say. So you're a bard. Do you is instruments or music your preferred choice of expression?
No.
That's fine.
It is a purely a magic and books and intelligence. Just learning things. And I basically just use a lot of magic to not be seen by other people while I rush around to do their jobs for them.
That's very interesting.
While this is all happening, while this conversation's going down, as to not overwhelm Zero's son with a bunch of fucking strangers, he just kind of hooks an arm through Zeph's, and we're on a mission to not burn down the kitchen.
Zero of Note is already in there trying to cook. She's happy to let her son sweat this out.
I might be able to provide
Absolutely
some
not.
as
He
well.
tries to notice and didn't see it all.
Spices, mixes. I could probably fabricate things through a. I'll show you what I mean. Is there any like a
We need
bread?
spices and lavender, thyme, a
Perfect,
handful of
perfect.
herbs start appearing.
If you also need any flavors adjusted, here,
feel free to check.
let's take like a piece of bread, for example. We could make that taste like pretty much anything you can picture.
We'll leave this conversation because I know how deep this is going to get. Because you've got the
Cooking episode.
You've got the guy that can make the spices and the guy that can change the spices into other shit. So I'll beeline for that because I know that can tailor on.
Yeah,
Top-notch garlic bread coming.
You guys attempted to shift off, and he can't see you for one.
Yeah.
So what's the game plan? As he kind of like goes to look and realizes you guys are like fucked off to the kitchen.
Oh.
I was going to do that. I can cook. I'm kind of okay at it.
Looks to Zero for like,
Is it?
are you?
polite or
Do you
is it
want
polite?
help from us, or do you want a competent help?
If everyone wants to help cook, I mean, it's not a small kitchen. It's like literally a kitchen out against a corner wall. So a lot of people could fit.
This is in one of the nicest places in Zalotto. This is very impressive. I've never been in a place like this before.
Yes, it is nice now that it is clean. Listen, you are a guest, so don't cook. It's okay, we've got these two can just...
And then she like grab Hugle and Sebastian and slowly bring them into the kitchen.
I will supervise. You can talk to people your age demographic.
Their attempt to get away from the conversation gets shut back out.
You do a full loop.
Ah, yes, the window. Very nice.
Floor to ceiling window.
You really don't realize. We're like 50 stories up. And this
I know,
looking at
yeah.
the whole city.
Yeah, this is a lot.
But he looks to you guys as he kind of gets shunted away by his only loving mother and her two magic friends. He comes over and he sits on the chair, like invites you two, I guess, to kind of sit. So, what do you do? I know where the little man came from, and Sebastian there. But what about yourself?
I'm traveling from Vassal. My family primarily export dairy and fruit.
Lovely.
But for the moment, just kind of sightseeing with extra steps.
I mean, fair. Look, between hell of a place to sightsee.
Yeah.
I think
There's some good libraries here.
Yeah, I think he's definitely seen more than he can cite.
I've cited some shit.
There's a moment where the library's comment gets me. He's like, well, I can help. It's kind of my job. I do paperwork and stuff. I mean,
Cody Catson is a very important little man, my precious little boy.
You just hit from the fucking...
the point that I'm getting.
It's so good to see that your mum's so proud of you.
It can be concerning sometimes. Question: does Valrus know what you do for work? Yes or no?
I ask you that in the kitchen, so I sort of was like, how much does he know about what you do?
Just let you know, 360 camera says not enough storage. While we go to that, yes.
He is aware that I am up to no good most of the time. He is aware that I work for a not fantastic... He knows I work for the sunken sect. He knows that I am a criminal.
Oh, wow, there's garlic over here. I just...
and then the camera just... So, like, what I'm saying is I can... Even though I work for the government, I can help you check particular things. You tell Mama tell me, and I will do that. Yeah.
She already knows.
You're being awfully quiet. If you'd like to.
For work, similar to your mum.
I mean, well, you're still alive. That's good. It's a 13. He's like a... Not going to ask. Okay. Look. Mum is... She's pretty good.
She's a good woman.
She's
She
the best woman.
takes care of people that she really cares about.
These fucking onions.
There's a... Let's, roll insight for me.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if this works. No.
It's because you took it too soon. It wasn't finished curing.
That's an 8.
Warm it up, man.
Damn, dog. That's a 24.
He's a bud. No, that's a
Spaces for a second, and he snaps back in. Yeah. She's good like that. Reliable. Good old mom. And he looks back and it's just you hunched over a bench with onions and like a halfling and a fully grown man
And
with like
choking
floating.
fucking-
And it's like Hugle's having to like really lean over the counter because it's made for like people of average height. You're cutting. Sebastian has like onions and garlic floating on cups made of rocks, like floating around. There's just a lot of shit happening in this kitchen, and then he hard cuts back. But yes, I can. If you need help, you can ask. I can do that. This is a peculiar conversation with me because normally whenever Mama and I link up, I would cook for her. So this is a bit peculiar for me. So I'm going to be outright honest. I'm very awkward.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. You've got the two quietest folks out of this gaggle, really. So I think we're just three awkward people stuck in conversation at the moment.
That's a good one. I would say I would use it to work, but no one would laugh. No one talks to me, which is kind of how I like it. Excellent. So I guess now we just... Is Dog out at this point?
Yep, Dog's been out this whole time. Dog never goes away. This is the baseline.
Who or what is that?
Oh, that's Dog.
Dog.
Yeah, Dog.
Is Dog friendly?
Fuck around and find out.
Intimidation or persuasion, your choice.
Can I tell you?
You can keep. Yeah, you can tell me. You can keep it from me. Whatever you want. He's gonna roll insight.
Yeah. Fucking. This is a 3.
Oh, he's got advantage.
He's
That's
trying to
enough.
persuade.
It was trying to persuade. Okay. With insight, he picks up very quickly that you're joking, but you realise that the tip of his ears got a bit bright red. And then there's a gentle laugh as Dog gets excited because people are paying attention to him. The evening, I guess we'll say, the evening kind of downplays into like polite conversations because again, it is like midday, so it's going to be like a 5 o'clock dinner, early dinner while everyone's around. We'll get to the point where it ends up being the ingredients purchased for like the the high fantasy equivalent of spaghetti bolognese. Whatever that be called.
Spagbog.
Spagbog. Spagbog.
Ah, yes, Spagboard.
Spagbog. So, Bailey's fucking gone. But everyone's able to sit down to a nice home-cooked meal. Do I want to make your motherfuckers roll for it?
Roll for
Roll
what?
for the food.
Constitution.
roll how good it is.
Oh.
And then
Or if you
everyone
believe
that
it.
tastes it has to roll to pretend to like
It's
it.
gonna be
You roll with advantage because we were assisting.
roll sleight of hand with advantage. Basically,
on.
that fancy hand
This is it.
work.
This is it.
Okay, with advantage. Okay, that's it. That's it. And I'm pretty sure I'm proficient in sleight of hand. I've got a +3, so it's a dirty 20 on the first one.
Over.
And that is a 19 on the second. So dirty.
Dirty 20.
30-20.
Oh, damn. So, Hugo helping, you rolling as well. This fucking spag bool tastes awesome.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This shit bangs.
Boss!
It busting.
My good lord, this spag ball is unequivocally
A fucking busting. But there's a moment where as Zero and like Sebastian and Hugo dish up this dinner, I feel like there's this awkward moment where like Sebastian just gets handed a bowl. He's like, "Oh yeah, I'm still here. Like this is a different group, and I'm just here." But as the moment goes on, like with the layout, you find Val has this weird habit where he stands and eats, and he walks around and he eats, and he's done it ever since he was a boy. Even when he got to his teenage years and he started studying to learn magic and doing first trying to handle wizardry and then going into a bard. He walks when he eats because it's like his mind going through the emotions, and he realizes that there's not enough seats for everyone to like really sit around like with the beds. There's just some people sitting on the bed, like Dog's obviously on the bed because he's a snob and he hogs it. He walks over and he quickly walks over to Voyage and goes, "Hold this for me," and he gives you a wink and he darts off down the hallway, and you hear him like fucking around in like the good linen. And he's like, and he goes, "Mom, I'm taking the light blue one." And he grabs it, and whether you respond or not, and you find he walks out and he looks and he's got this big bundle of like blanket. He's like, "Yeah, that'll do." And he whips it out, and you get a flashback because this is what they used to do when they were kids, because they'd be fussy sitting at the table, so
Have a picnic.
so they'd have a picnic on the floor. And he sits down. Oh, thanks. And he's like, "Sit down, please. This is weird. Mama, get more chairs." Damn.
All right.
Fine.
And
Hugle is just sitting back watching like the relationship, just smiling.
I need to know from the cooks, was a bowl prepared for Dog?
Of course.
Obviously. Actually, that was what we first thought.
the only steel mixing bowl in the house. So we can't break.
And very specifically, Voyage calls him down and tells him to behave while eating for a change. Normally, there's no etiquette involved in eating, but in this instance, there is.
So, you put this big steel bowl down, like this crockpot iron bowl, and he goes to just fucking do that thing, like you see. He jumps forward and like smashes his face in to find the bottom of the bowl to know where the limit is, and then he backs out and he starts eating again. But you're like, "Oi, fucking ease up, fella." And everyone's like,
Just like in the tram.
yeah, like he's like eating like small, like noodles, like noodle coming in. But again, a very, very greasy, dirty green boy. The tongue comes out. Does that the cartoon thing where he just eats the whole thing?
I just imagine that video where it's the TikTok of like the girl holding a star nugget to the dog. She's like, "You can take a little bite," and the
Yeah.
dog just like bites off the corner.
Amazing.
That's a well-trained dog. I've seen that video.
Same energy in this moment.
Oh, yeah.
But you guys are able to enjoy an early evening, late afternoon, home-cooked meal. And there's, again, for the sake of brevity, because obviously there's a lot of chit-chat with dinner and all that sort of stuff, Val sits down, and after he's eating and everyone's chatting and laughing along, he puts his head on his mum's shoulder. And it's like, in a moment, kind of, you coexist in this moment. with your friends and your newfound allies. But in this moment, it's just you two. And, you know, Voyage has Dog doing some stupid tricks to distract people, and Dog's doing funny shit and everyone's laughing. And he just ever so softly will just whispers to you, he goes, I've missed this, Mama. He just puts his head down on your shoulder.
I miss it too, my boy. I know it's been a while since we've been able to do something like this.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for meeting my very eclectic group of friends.
Eclectic is probably the word in common that I would use the most, but they seem like good people.
They are.
Good. Have you heard from Ari?
No one's even taken any of the notices I've put up. I've not heard anything. I can only raise the price so high. I can only afford so much.
I tried to find out. Reach some paperwork, and just an attempt to. If she doesn't want to be around, I'm not going to make her be around. I just wanted to know she was okay.
Safe, yes, I know.
And Iko was always so good at these things, Mama. He always knew the right things to say. Sometimes it's hard.
She'll show up. Surely. She's a smart girl. You're all smart. Like your father. You got your bullheadedness from me.
Mm. Sometimes I think that was just lucky.
He was very lucky.
I mean, you did divorce him, so he must have been very lucky.
Yeah.
I'd like you to make. I'd like you to make a sleight of hand check, please.
Ooh.
Or stealth, actually, stealth.
Ooh, stealth. That is 18.
You watch his eyes trail off, and you're quick enough to move the hand with the ring on it before he notices.
I completely forgot for a second there.
I forgot about that too. It's kind of like a. Oh shit! Just like it's a cleaver, bang!
Full of stuff. I had this stuff to take it home. But he okay, hang on, give me a moment. Give me a second. I'm just checking. This guy's got toys I can play with. This is the whole thing. No, he wouldn't do that because he's not that cruel. Let me just check what this says. Yep, okay. So the evening goes on, and nice dinner time with your boy. It does get to the point where it's about 5:30, 6 o'clock in the afternoon as the party begins to sort of close in. Sebastian, at some point you do get a response back from Olivia, just off the cuff,
Yeah.
where she says that sorry she missed the message. They were doing full set design and dress design, so she was very busy, but she obviously staying the night at the theatre.
Yep.
But she hopes that at some point you do actually go home and sleep and not hide in the workshop and pretend you sleep like you have done for many years. Eventually Val does stand up, and of course, being the good boy that he is, he collects all the dishes and does the dishes. God, we love him!
With help.
Yeah, aye, if you need
With help.
Aye, if you need a...
Voyage,
you can put them in an order, I can run
jump
the
up and
Hoover
help.
through them.
When
Okay.
Voyage goes to help and then Sebastian goes to help, you just see Zero put a hand in front of Sebastian. It's alright.
Don't interview.
Hold up. Let him cook. There's more. Again, it's one of those underplaced like big sinks as well because like you're a fucking efficient woman if anything. So the bigger the sink, the bigger the dishwashing load. All good, bus. Don't worry about it. And you guys are washing. And it's like he rolls his sleeves up so he can like wash the dishes at a point. It's like you guys are like just bumping elbows and stuff. So you traveled all the way from another place. Why here of all places? Why didn't you go to Velocis or Velikronos, like throwing bubbles everywhere? It's like this place is a... Sorry.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry.
Bubbles in the eye.
And like he like wipes his hand and like wipes the bubbles out of your
Oh,
eye.
fuck.
Quit flirting with everybody.
Play D&D, my friends. Romance everybody. While my wife's in the other room.
He is a bard though. We do even if
That's true.
even if it's a flaw.
Naturally,
He's gonna have a bit of riz.
The riz, yeah.
And there's justified reason as to why he's annoying the bard. He didn't see that. It's okay.
What?
Bombastic side eye.
Right on me again,
No, sorry.
If you're doing sneaky stuff, if you're a cop, you have to tell me, bros. Absolutely not how that works, by the way. Anyway.
I've come to Vassal. I've come here specifically because I am kind of, but not really looking for my birth parents.
That's actually more common coming here than you think as you guys continue to wash the dishes. It's more common than you think. It's, we just got a lot of, big libraries here. I don't know if you've been to the Archive Eterna, but that woman, Felicity, that works there, we work with her quite a bit for receiving info about the city in case we lose something. But she's very good. If you speak to her, she'll help.
I have done. I should be picking something up. Tries to remember what day it is. Tomorrow,
I think.
Yeah. They goes, oh, go. Yeah. She's very good at the job, so she helps us a lot. So you're in good hands.
Can we overhear their conversation?
They're kind of having a polite little conversation. If you want to hear it, you'll have to make a perception.
Is it
check.
obvious that you were like trying to hold people back to like?
Yes.
I'll respect that.
Hugle has used his clairvoyance to listen, so he's casted like an invisible magic ear in the room behind you guys, and he's just sort of listening and giggling.
There's just like I just like to imagine one of the plants or flowers kind of just tilts.
It's just got Hugle's face on it.
Look like Teletubbies fucking Sunday.
Hugle's standing over by the window, pretending to look outside and kind of just giggling at your attempted flirting.
it's not an attempt at flirting yet.
No, well, he knows that
If they're flirting with me,
I'd say I've pulled a zero as well, and I'm like, it's going okay. And I'm kind of repeating what you guys are saying to each other very quietly.
So it's like,
Everything.
What's
She's got the empty glass from dinner.
one of the vases?
Fuck that plane off.
If I put it to the floor, I can hear the vibrations.
Yeah. Sebastian's just reading.
I hear
He's
the
got to
bubbles
understand. They're doing their thing.
Man, this apartment view's sick.
It is really good, actually. Yeah.
But if Felicity doesn't find anything, can you find anything more that she might not be able to?
It could be tricky, but I'm sure I can. It's if it went through any legal route, I can find it. That's not the problem.
Voyage is being too serious. Your kid's very helpful though.
he's very good at that. I ask him to break many law all the time. He does it with a smile on his face. Such a good boy.
That's a 23 on a perception check.
Stealth.
Nope.
We're probably like peeking.
I got a
I can
22
hear
on
things as
stealth.
they, but we're still probably looking over our eyes.
23.
Absolutely not. It's not even the fact you hear the words, but you hear the mumbling and the.
Why do I imagine
Like hunched over and every now and then we just do these ones.
an arrow?
So they're having this conversation, and Voyage just pauses for a moment. Dog, please.
I'd like you to make.
He's your problem
I'd
now.
like you to make an attack roll for dog against Hugle specifically, because Hugle rolled the lowest.
I'm gonna also say I can still hear you, and there's probably just this oh shit before.
It's on the periphery of your hearing. The
I just watch Hugle like a green object, and Hugle just through the fucking window.
Fuck the dog stat sheet go again.
Oh no, you.
I keep losing it.
I'm not. You get me. I'm facing the other way, trying to pretend not to be paying attention. I
You
probably
fully
just
just
overhear the dog, and I'm like,
Oh no.
whoops! Oh no!
do 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 do. Just dog just
No,
frozen
what's that?
there,
What's
right
that?
on. Yeah. Credits roll.
Credits roll. What's inside Hugle's brain? Just the last 5 people he saw in the gone. Dog just you just get smashed, like submerged. And but yes, if there's anything else you'd like to add, but he goes, just find out what Miss Fidanza does or doesn't. Let me know. I can. Perhaps maybe if it's not in our network, I can just reach out to somebody else and get it for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, you're welcome. The night. Most of it's like just real handing over blood bowls and plates to each other.
And they accidentally touch fingers.
We rolled a 2, so take that how you see it. But the night draws to a close, and eventually he stands up after cleaning. He goes, "Well, I think I'm going to go home. It's been wonderful to meet you all. Thank you for looking after my sweet mama, and I'm sure I'll see you again soon."
Hey. Yes, of course.
Immediate eye contact. Voyage looks away.
There's a knife to his face, like, you fucking look at this handsome man.
Look him in the eye!
Look at that! He goes around and shakes everyone's hand, and then you walk into the front door, as is one to do, and open up into, the nice tanned hallway with the carpets and all that sort of stuff. And he turns around and he goes, rolling his sleeves back down, putting his coat back on. This was nice. I've missed this.
Me too. We should do it more often when work allows, but I'll make time. I should have made more time before. I will make more time now.
Things happen, Mama. It is what it is. It's okay. I understand. It'll all be well. I love you.
I love you too, my boy.
Gives you a kiss on the cheek, and fixes your hair up a little bit to pop it back down over a little bit of the scar that was showing. As he walks down the way, it's that thing where it's like you watch him to get in the elevator before he leaves.
Be safe, or I'll fucking kill you.
But he goes around. He goes. Huddles back to the door. Like it's like on a dial where it's like his waist is separate from his legs, and he arms back around. It's probably going to sound stupid. How much trouble are you in? Could you maybe make some time to come with me to something?
Oh, regardless of trouble, I'll always make time for you, my boy.
I can maybe see what I can do for your friends if everyone wants to come along. And he like kind of appears over to Hugo with his big fucking purple jacket.
Wrestling with dog.
Yeah. You like fully tie the jacket around Dog's head. Like, get this up you. Fully trying to play him out, and he just pans back. Wow, that was aggressive. The council are doing a I guess for lack of a better term, it's like a gala, like a ball, in a couple of days, maybe like 6 or 7 days, just give or take. It depends on when they want to finalize it. Apparently, they're going to just announce some changes to things. And it's meant to be a big party, and it's going to be this and that, and pardon my language, but this bullshit. That's not really my thing, but free food, go out, drinks. I think that maybe you can scope around for that particular person you asked me to look for.
Oh, yes, yes. Could you, is it invitation only?
It is, but you happen to have the boy that looks at all the papers, the invitations come on.
Do you think you could write us up some aliases? I don't want our actual names being used if possible. I know, that was silly. You know, force of habit.
Well, actually...
Fuck.
She killed her.
That caught me up. It was...
So sudden.
Snottiness behind it fucking got me.
It's so sudden.
No,
It's just.
I've
deep.
never heard his voice do that before.
Man down.
We broke the man.
We did it!
Breathe.
You two might breathe, damn.
Well, actually... Oh. He goes, he goes, all I do every day is just copy people's handwriting to make it look like they're writing notes. There's gonna be no chance that they're gonna tell that it was me forging. I'll just go 5 to be safe.
Do we hear this? Is he saying it loud enough that...
No, I would say, so they're at the door and you guys are kind of like in the, I guess, living room, so you're about 10, 15 feet away.
As far as like handwriting goes, I think it might be important just for Zero Note that I would have given the letter to you. The one we got from the thing with the handwriting.
I just did a very, like...
Yeah, very far.
That, what I was thinking, there's a lot of letters that we have with handwriting.
Someone who knows all of them well enough might be able to cross-reference.
No, that is a good suggestion.
No, you're not leaving. Come back inside. We've got papers for you to look at.
Well, no, he'll need to take them back to his office anyways for comparison. I actually have something that I'd like you to have a look into. I know I said I would stop asking for favors, but you know, mother is useless. Weaponized incompetence, you know how I am.
You've got a different set of skills, that's all it is.
You're
different
such a
set
good
of
boy.
skills. Vacant stare for about 2 seconds.
I'd say I would have given you all those receipts and everything when we did the comparison earlier too.
Perfect.
So just unloading a full filing cabinet drawer on this dude.
I have no need for them. I was going to give them to you eventually. And that would be...
Perfect. She literally will, as soon as he says yes, she just immediately like hands over like a massive pile of paperwork.
A manila folder just full. I need a copy of every one of these, by the way.
Yeah, you've seen Sebastian copy documents. If you need copies.
Oh, excellent.
Can I take a picture of the book?
Exactly. Yeah, just if there are extras.
Photocopy it too.
Yeah, I know.
This guy's a fucking Xerox machine.
Just if you can cross-reference any of those, when you're done with them, if possible, we would like them back. And I have an odd request to make as well. When you do the invitations, can my let me just double check again. Could my name please be Ariella?
How do you spell it, sorry?
Ariella.
Ariella.
That's the one.
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, just curious name, just trying it all, you know.
Deception or persuasion, please. Don't tell me which one.
Oh. It's doing that thing where
I mean-
what? Oh, here we go. That's only a 14.
The only reason you know that he clued on is because he cocks his eyebrow the exact same way that you do.
Yeah.
He rolled a nat 20 for a 23, by the way. So he looks and goes, "You okay?"
I think so. Maybe. I'll let you know as I know. Still figuring it out.
Please.
I will. There you go. Be safe. Thank you for coming. And if anyone tries to mug you, you call my sending stone, and I will kill son of a bitch.
Thanks, Mum. He gives you another kiss, takes the documents, tucks them into a pocket in his coat, and proceeds down the hallway.
Zero's gonna like slam the door shut, and she does the thing where she turns and puts her arms against the back of the door. We're going to a gala, bitches!
Oh my god.
Fuck, we
Christ.
need to make sure our suits fit.
Aye, wouldn't you know it? My wife happens to be one of the best in the business in sewing, tailoring,
this is gonna
you
be
name
fun.
it.
I've never been to a gala.
Now Bailey's got to draw 2 sets of artwork for everybody.
Nah.
Do you reckon she could make something from scratch?
She's quite busy at the moment, and that takes a while. But maybe we can assemble something. I'll see what I can do.
We can always have a look at what the shops have got. That's true.
Shopping trip, bitches.
There's a full district where there's lots of shops
We
everywhere.
are a couple hundred gold richer at the moment.
That's true.
Consider that like a divided spend. We could assign an amount. As far as like fancy clothes go, I'm not sure exactly, but we can look up the amounts. But I don't think it's too many gold to assemble like a fancy outfit.
That depends, I guess,
Depends
on
on
how
how-
much of a stickler the DM wants to be.
and how
You know what?
custom.
I'll come back to you all in about a week with that one.
Sounds good.
Excellent.
That sounds good. But yes.
But yes, we can do that.
But yes, any touch-ups or anything like that, if you'd like that, jacket adjusted or anything. Though I would be a little careful bringing it along, considering that it's from the home, tied to a lot of this, and any council member who sees it could automatically assign us as involved with
Embroidered
this.
flowers on it.
Read my mind.
I
I have some customizations. going.
Zeph grows an extra pair of eyes and looks into your mind.
All right, just, I suppose be careful when you're there, because if it does catch someone's attention, we might have a lead.
That is true.
Oh, they'll be a different size. You put flowers on
That's true. I can probably change the color for an hour. I don't know.
I could probably just disguise self and make whatever outfit I wanted. But it is such a nice fabric.
It's a nice fabric.
It is a
Hard to
nice
find.
fabric.
It's hard to find a
And-
fabric like that.
Blue's more your color than purple.
Yeah.
But it feels so nice.
Change the color for an hour.
What the fuck would I know? I'm not worried about it.
My mum wasn't a bard. Fuck, I'm out.
But for the sake of brevity, we're going into the evening. It's probably about the time that our group would separate, obviously for obvious reasons. So basically, because obviously the rest of the party have been staying with Zero's apartment, or with Zeph with their family, but currently not here. So as our groups begin to separate, Sebastian goes to go back to your premise. Pardon me, your premises. Is there any parting conversations or questions or queries between the group before we go to split?
Hugo, do you have another casting of Zone of Truth on you? Just for me.
I believe I do.
Right.
Yes.
And if I don't, the DM will allow it. That's fucking tight as hell.
Well, I'll upcast with the third level spot.
Just for me.
I've got one left, so.
You definitely know, like, the paladins and shit that are cops. Their zone of truth is a delight.
Where's the money, Lebowski?
I do quickly look to the others in the party. Everyone okay with this?
Sure.
Yeah.
No secrets here. Rubs the necklace and.
So everyone opts to fail.
I do anyways, I did have some intention, not of reporting anything to you all, but if I could assemble enough about who these people were, the security task force, I wanted to take it to the media and make it public, their names and faces.
I wanted them to not... I feel like they're getting power from being hidden. I don't know if I trust the council to have that information. In fact, I don't intend to tell them pretty much anything. I also not affiliated with anyone. I don't know. I don't have any intention of mentioning any of your affiliations to anyone. I just thought I'd make that clear for the record. I trust you all. As weird as it sounds, on it, at least for the sake of this task and all of that, I just... putting it out there, in that sense. Reasonably trust. I suppose trust is a relative thing. I thought I'd make it clear to you all that I care. And yes, I suppose, once we do find these people, what are your intentions?
I think she wants to kill them.
Yeah, I mean, they've hurt so many people, they've done so much.
Just full deflection. Not me, Jake!
I can agree to that.
Oath of deflection, paladin.
I find that acceptable. Alright. Thank you, that's all, I suppose, unless there's any other questions you all have for me.
Not for you, but what's in those forbidden rooms down the hall?
Oh, that's a good You can just elect to be silent. But, you know.
You were just looking out.
From here, I watched people go.
I'm giggling to myself because I'm doing this to be mischievous.
Zero looks down to Hugle. Those are the rooms of my children, untouched since they left the coop.
The smile turns into sad, like he's like, ah, shit.
It's okay. You didn't know.
Is that a truth?
I'm just gonna just put us back in.
Alright, everyone, now where shall I meet you all tomorrow?
Tomorrow,
Yeah.
don't you have to go to the library again?
I need to return this book.
And don't we have
Library.
to go see...
Yeah, I'm going to that gun shop and
So,
I didn't get any word out of that.
Or you didn't need to.
Also, just so you know, I have for single fire weapons. If you're in need of any, like bullet press, if they have a bullet press machine, or I can try and scrounge one from the guild halls, I could make bullets essentially for your
You
weapons.
and me are going to get along a lot better than what I anticipated initially.
Do you still have one of those identifiers for the day by any chance?
I can do that as much as needed. Just takes me 10 minutes.
I'm gonna pull out the vial of ooze that we got from
the Anguisher.
The Anguisher.
Yeah.
Okay. And say we've picked up a couple of these.
Well, I closed the fucking tab on the book for that. So did we not?
Just curious what it actually does.
That's fine. Allow me to have a brief look, and I'll see what I can find. And once again, another little version of that little rotating rocks above, below, and in the middle appear. And he studies, takes out a little piece of paper, the island filings appear on the side, puts his hand, and starts just making notes.
Yes.
For a few minutes.
while you're doing that and while Cody's looking for the thing...
Thank you, God!
Yeah, no, I've got a follow-up for that as well, so...
Zeph is gonna go over to Zero and just basically be like, about the... What was his name again? Fucking... The dude that you get the guns and
Oh,
that from.
Singh?
Singh. I knew it started with S. I just didn't know how it ended.
Just think about it, the sound gun bullets make when they fly through the air.
That's nice.
A hiss means it's close. A snap means they're shooting at us.
Zeph is going to go over and just... Did we need to go see Zing tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. Only when we have time, though. It's, well, first, I mean, we have to suss out if, he was able to change his mind, but if not, it may get a little bit messy. This is unfortunately one slight I cannot let slide.
No, I completely understand. That's why I'm thinking maybe we go to the library first.
We will do the other
Hugle
stuff
can return
first.
the book.
Absolutely.
Voyage can do his thing. And then maybe later in the afternoon we can go pay him a little.
How do you feel about
visit.
roughing up a gunsmith?
I'm intrigued.
He's a piece of shit of that.
Oh, well then, yes.
I cannot let this slide.
Fair enough. What has he done that makes him so, shady?
He released blueprints for the firearms that I have, which, mind you, are not common at all. He released them into Traders Bay, sold off all of his shitty blueprints, and now we are seeing guns slowly start to increase in popularity. And the last batch we saw get fired killed a whole bunch of children. Now, even I have my limits.
That's far too
I'm
much.
a gun for hire, and
He's
I
also
don't
a bit
even
of a
kill
prick.
kids. Yeah, he's also a fucking prick.
I was on board with the whole children death and stealing stuff, but yes, he is also a prick. That helps as well, I
Yeah,
suppose.
he's on board with children death.
That sounded a lot worse.
9!
Wow. No, I appreciate that. No, this is good. I gotta watch my mouth on these sorts of things. I'm going to a gala.
Well, I'm leaving on that high. What was your thing?
Nah, can't follow up with that. Come back to this later. As the youngest party member, child death being mentioned, I'm out.
Yeah. You look at Dog's like, they said that was cool with killing kids.
Full draconic conversation about how killing kids is actually bad. Don't egg him on, dog.
But Ed.
I crave violence.
Father, I crave violence. I need to ask. Sorry, this thing you were doing. What was it again? The check thing.
Oh, it was an identify on the some sort of a
Anguisher ooze.
Anguisher ooze.
Right. So, they only have. See, it's not something they do in the books here because it's like, oh, you can do a check, but if you're doing identify, I guess it's just going to work. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to give you the effect that makes most sense to you because you're a wizard, which is Arcana.
Yep.
An Anguisher shares many traits and immunities with semi-corporeal undead, such as shadows. If an Anguisher slays a sapient creature, a new Anguisher emerges into the world near the corpse 3 days later. That's basically what you get, because the way I look at identify is it's like if one has the knowledge to do it, and Sebastian's a well-read guy, he's basically going, holy crap, this is like a wacky fucking monster. But what you do know from it is you're like, oh, these are like creatures we talk about in horror stories for like kids and stuff, but they're real, they're spooky as shit. What you do know is someone who has proficiency with an alchemist supplies can refine and dehydrate the goo into a process that takes 1 day to work, and a successful intelligence or wisdom check on a success, the process creates dust of disappearance.
Oh.
So it can be refined to become something more beneficial should the person be able to make the check.
Fascinating, hey? I'll relay that to the group as well and say, well, if we can find an alchemist then, you might have yourself a dust of disappearance. Take a bit of time and some work. I have contacts with the guild halls. I could try and, at least in the inventing guilds, so, one of them's got to work with chemicals.
Handy to know what it actually does.
Hey.
And don't drink it. Our friend didn't have a great time doing that.
Oh, why did they do that?
That's a good question.
Okay,
but it was funny.
Sure. Good for them. Are they alive?
They're good. I forgot that he did that. I straight up forgot that big blue idiot drained that goo.
Yeah, right.
Liam, you
we think he's
fucking dummy.
alive.
Great. All right, well.
He survived. We don't know for how long.
All right,
Maybe that's why he never.
So tomorrow we've got some...
Disappeared.
So now so we're like, he's been in the room this whole time screaming at us.
Oh no! Like in the veil between reality and immaterial, we're like, no! But yes.
All right, well, yeah, hey, there you go. You got that. And...
Thank you kindly.
Nice. All right, so plan tomorrow is to head to the library and talk to this gunsmith and shake them for all they're worth, but then potentially, how violent are we planning on getting? It just depends on how they act. Right. That's all the answer I need. All right. I shall prepare accordingly.
You see the quill visibly write in the notebook. Probably gonna kill this guy.
Violent underlines.
Yeah, underlines is a point. Sebastian, you take your leave.
Yep.
And head home. and for the sake of a bit of spice, it is lonely going home. The house is empty. It's not uncommon, but it feels a bit more crushing on the shoulders when you know the reason behind why your wife's not home. A bit more full on. But we flash back to our companions, he recollected. My head's wobbly. So probably about 6. By the time Sebastian leaves to go home, it's probably about 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. So, the skies are darkened, the cloud cover, a bit of the moon breaking through. You guys are left there to sit and relax with full bellies and new relationships forged as we look to each other. I put the table to you.
Got any of those chocolates left, Hugle?
Of course I do.
I feel like
I bought like 10 boxes. Pulls out a little bag of Voyage.
I'm in 300 gold debt!
Yeah, Zeph will finally try the chocolates that Hugle brought.
It is intense. You're like, whoa! That's sweet as hell. Like, this shit rules. It's that stuff where it's like, you always thought about getting it, but you just never did. You're like, man, that's fucking expensive for chocolates, dude. But you got it, you're like, I will spend all my earnings for the rest of my life to buy this chocolate. It's very good.
If not for me, for Hugle.
Yeah.
Hugle has that intent.
I plan to die by this chocolate. But, yes.
There's food involved. Dog's entertained. But while Dog is distracted by the exchange of chocolate that's not poisonous to him because he's not a real dog.
God, his eyes are so big, like...
Zeph's teaching him sit.
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
Oh my god.
We can teach this boy some tricks. I mean, why not? You can teach an owlbear to do a rollover.
So that one's that. I'll see what else I can get. So, 16.
16's good. It takes a little bit, mainly because when he goes to sit, he forgets that his tail's a thing. And he goes, and falls over. But on the 5th go, eventually he kind of gets it and he curls his tail up before he sits and he's able to make himself a nice little stool. And you move the chocolate around, and his head will follow, but the rest of his body will move, but his head will stay there, in a weird way. But yes, you teach Dog to sit.
Yep.
But it's not his dad telling him.
But just kind of gonna approach Zero a little bit and be like, sorry for calling you out in front of everyone instead of just talking to you on the side about it.
Look, I will applaud your direct approach, your bravado, I guess. I mean, when I want answers out of someone, I start knocking their teeth out of their head. So, a direct approach, there's nothing wrong with that. But I understand you come from somewhere different. And I understand that perhaps the way I do things does not agree with you. And that is not no fault of your own. You have a moral compass like a normal person. Any normal person would probably be thinking what you thought. But unfortunately, these are not normal situations. And you find yourself with not normal people. People that have seen what happens when seemingly innocent bystanders get away. It gets people killed, Voyage. Now, tell me, what would you prefer? Someone you don't know die? Or someone in this room?
You have a very good point.
I know that you would probably prefer that not be a decision to begin with. But the only, I guess, equivalent you will find from that is outside of this city. Every question that is ever asked inside of these walls is, are you going to live or die today based on what you do? And I will always choose to live, no matter what it costs anybody else outside of this room.
I will do it for you too, Voyage. But please, next time I put a gun to someone's head, just remember, to you it might seem like a split-second decision. To me it is a lifetime of instinct. I know what I'm doing.
And he just kind of, it's just kind of that nod of like, I get it, but I don't like it, but I get it, and I'm going to respect that by biting my tongue in this situation.
I don't like it, but I have to respect it.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm staying like under your roof. I've eaten dinner with a member of your family. At this point, I feel like a dick, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna walk away now.
Zero will catch your shoulder before you go. I don't want you to think that you can't trust me. You might not trust my character, but I want you to know that as long as you do good by me, I will kill anybody for you. Now, that might not be the offer that you want to hear, but unfortunately, that is all I'm good at and all I can provide. So if that is not something that you are willing to be a part of, then perhaps walking alongside me is not the best decision for you. I don't want you to go, but I also don't want you to grow spiteful or resentful. I do care for you.
I don't want to leave yet. I feel like I've got too much more to learn here. From people here.
Yes, you can learn to garden from Hugle.
And I can learn how to flip a knife in my hand, or teach my dog how to sit, clearly, because he won't fucking listen to me when I tell him to sit.
Endless possibilities for you, see? You should stick around for a little longer.
And then maybe I'll also learn how to cut onions as efficiently as you.
You're pushing it.
What about Zeph and Hugle? What's happening? Besides teaching the dog to sit.
I think while Zeph's doing that, they'll basically, how I imagine it is they're sitting on that little blanket.
The blanket still, yeah.
And Zeph's full attention is on dog, but they say to Hugle, I never got to thank you for saving my life in Mr. K's office.
That's what I'm here for. There's nothing more precious than life, and after meeting your family, there's no way I would have let them lose you.
You might just make me believe in a god.
Oh, I'm working on it.
If you ever need more chocolates, let me know.
Lights up. Speaking of your family, I'm a bit tapped for today, but we can message them tomorrow if you like. Let them know it's safe to come home.
I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
And we should swing by and fix up your mother's herb garden before she comes home.
We should be able to fit that in, yeah. I think we can do that. She'll appreciate that. You might end up having a plaque on the door or something like that, you know?
Oh, if she can feed me like that again, that's more than enough.
Oh, she'll be happy to have you all back again. I know that for sure.
Love to see it.
Just gotta keep Gigi away.
Don't worry, I think Voyage is a bit distracted by someone else's family.
Looks over at Voyage. Looks back at Hugle.
What do you think, dog?
Dog, do either of you speak Draconic?
No.
You don't know what he's thinking.
I agree, dog. They make a very good couple.
Yeah.
I only speak undercommon and thieves.
So we'll round out this eventful day and this night of hearty meal and revelations with a newfound respect to a new compatriot who has a different understanding of the city you're in from the opposite side of the board, which provides its own problems but its own benefits. We have met the ever elusive Zefaris and his quirky behaviour and his relationship with his mum. And unless anyone has anything they immediately want to do before sleep, we will cut to everyone going to bed.
Hugo just sits by the window and reads his vampire book.
Commit it to memory. The idea of vampires, spawns, their hideouts, all that sort of stuff.
If it's possible, just very
yes,
quickly.
Please.
Sebastian, after about an hour of waiting in bed, just gets up, walks to one of the cabinets at the side and slides it open, and inside on a little cushion is a notebook. And this notebook is got a dark red on it. He flips it open to the first page. It's got the number 23 written on it.
23. I can't believe it. What am I doing?
And he wipes away the 3 and replaces it with a 5, setting it to 25. Closes the book and shuts the drawer and goes to bed.
Inspiration, that was cold-blooded. Gotta fucking whip off an air on a fucking wood. Oh. Yeah, you just clicked on. Yeah. Skye just came online.
That was dope.
That was tight. That was kind of tight.
BBEG vibes.
Oh yeah. My God, we broke it. Yes, you commit your vampire book to memory. Anyone else have any little rituals or anything?
I just wanted to try one more time to commune with that stupid fucking bow.
Oh yes. What did I say last? Was it religion or arcana? I had a bit of a brain fight.
Arcana.
Roll it again.
Yeah.
My greatness.
That's a 4.
You reach out, and just the weight of the day is just too much.
Mm.
You're thinking too much on the lives taken, how embroiled into this corruption this city is, and it's just pulling at your brain too much.
Mm.
And you just can't focus in. Well, there's always tomorrow. And the day after that, and the days after that.
Shakes it and cursing and infernal.
Yeah, you guys just and this Voyage aggressively shaking his bow in the window.
Looks up from his book.
In halfling, don't look at me like that.
Oh, you think halfling?
Yeah, I do.
Tight.
Do I speak halfling?
Do you imagine?
What did you say? Yo,
What
I
did you say?
Yeah,
I
suddenly
speak
the book
6
comes back
languages,
down.
my guy.
That's incredible.
Okay. In halfling, we can use this.
God, I
Get out
hope
of
so.
my fucking roof. You either speak common or elvish. Pick one. Or shut up.
Immediately in Sylvan. Does Sylvan count as Elvish?
No!
You wouldn't have
Whatever
understood.
you said, but she still said no because you didn't understand it.
You fucking alright, whatever. Just because y'all weren't forced to learn 6 languages because you weren't raised by a bard.
You know 6 languages? I only know 3.
I only know 2.
We all know common.
That's why it's called common.
Does that really count, you know?
What about you, Zach?
She speaks thieves.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's just chips and salsa.
That was the first thing that came to mind. Cut me some slack, dude. I fully thought I was prepped. I was not prepped.
No.
I was not prepped.
Because when you said that initially, after Bailey helped me out a little bit there, my brain was just like, that TikTok video that you saw where thieves can is a thing. And I'm like, oh, chips and salsa.
Look, if it landed in a roundabout way, it landed nonetheless.
Can I ask,
who's staying in the apartment, or because
Yeah.
your room, like not your room, your house is basically in the clear zone now. Who's staying and who's going?
I don't know where else to go. Unless
we get prompted.
No, I'll just stay in the apartment because the next morning it's easier for Zeph to just stay and then we can go to all thing.
Efficiency. Everyone finds rest. Zero, do you take your normal perch in the seat facing the door?
Yes,
Yeah,
but only after I finish tucking everyone in. I'll wait till they're asleep though, I'll tuck them in. I don't want them knowing I'm soft.
I'm gonna
Like starts doing it, and then someone wakes up and it's like,
so the way
Zeph's out. That's
the way
that
this
one.
works. The way this works with perception is I use your passive perception because it's up to 5 feet. So when someone's sneaking past you, so I'm gonna need you to roll. This is gonna be not stealth because the house is sparkly clean, so nothing's gonna betray you. I'm gonna ask you for sleight of hand, and you've got to beat everyone's passive, which I don't have in front of me because I've got Valorus's cheat up. So
oh, fuck. Don't fuck me. I've got to look like a tough bitch. Always.
what is it?
It's a 6.
Oh, fuck. Nope. Who would be the first one you got to tuck in?
Hugle, because he's the tiniest.
Hugle is on one side of the bed, Voyage on the other, dog at his feet where there's a huge set of real estate. And you're awoken by the ever so gentle tugging of, like, because I think it's like canon now that Hugle kind of sleeps like this, like, so like you're trying to you're like, fuck man.
It's like a very like slow and torturous like.
So he opens his eyes and just. You're a good mum. And takes the tucking.
Fucking done anyone. I'll fucking kill you.
It goes from my dad
Pillow, handgun, no tears, only dreams.
Yeah, no mum takes the tuck in and just sort of.
I'm gonna make you roll for all of them.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Who would be next?
Voyage.
Passive perception, please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The dice tell the story. Oh yeah. So how's it work for you guys when you wake up, Voyage, trying to tuck him in too?
After Zero tries to think out a game plan, she's like, alright, obviously I was pulling too much from the center over the body. If I just pull up from the sides, it's kind of like dragging the blanket up. That makes no logic whatsoever, but she thinks that it's like a sound plan. And so instead she kind of picks the two sides of the blanket on either side of Voyage and tries to
they stop halfway. And you see Dog staring you down from the end of the bed because he's laying on the blanket. You've started moving him first.
She kind of looks over her shoulder and she's like, let me tuck this fucking boy in or I'm not giving you any more spag ball. Does he alleviate a bit more room with the blanket?
Yeah, so slightly.
Thank you. And then goes back to it.
But the roll wasn't for Dog, it was for you, so you still wake up. So how's that interaction go?
Because, the passive perception, 6, both of them. However, feeling the movement of the blanket and the intense half breaths of trying to get it right without disturbing anyone.
You just can feel your hand move
It's just like a one-eyed peek. Just a single. She can't see me if I don't move.
She's not a T-Rex,
She's got the arms going. And the heavy breathing. And she can't see me if I don't move.
A cup of water's doing the
Z-Rex.
Z-Rex.
Well played, sir.
Oh shit.
Zero then finishes tucking Voyage in, thinking she had that in the bag. She literally stands up and gives herself a thumbs up. And is like, okay.
Now, where would Zeph be?
On the couch.
Because there are two chairs, so it's like you kind of like curl up on a chair.
Yeah.
How do you intend to tuck in your them on the couch?
I go out and get some more of the good linens. Which, mind you, there's only 2, but it's weird that there's 2 in this apartment. And she just kind of comes up and she's like, "Ooh, that one is a 16."
No.
It's
So it doesn't make it.
Fuck! You're past the 17?
That's huge.
She like
How
kind
dare
of
you?
like tries to go like, I know, if I get it all on one surface area, I'll have it in the bag. So she gives it a quick flick out and then tries to let it naturally fall onto Zeph and then stands there.
When you see the cloak come back down, the eyes are open. Yeah.
I always thought Zeph would be gone.
I rolled to mine.
And then Zero's just kind of standing there like... She just picks up the blanket and puts it over your head. Leans in.
Oh, man.
In the morning, like...
He's laughing!
In the morning, they're like, you know, melting and burning bodies, and in the evening... Like...
And then...
This day went from like acid melting bodies to family dinner cleaning the house.
We went from Breaking Bad to Disney.
Yeah.
But 3 failed attempts later, you tuck in.
Oh no.
You tuck in the hoodlums.
But she believes one was a success.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's
true.
enough for
You
me.
believe all it's success, that's all it matters. So
And then I just perch up and do my usual thing. I'll be more content though, because my house is full.
that's good.
That's some wholesome ass shit right there, man.
The
What's your
sound.
passive perception, by the way?
Oh, that is a good question.
I never use it.
Passive perception is 15.
I would say that you notice again Hugle tossing and turning and mumbling in his sleep.
Is it the same thing as last time?
Yeah.
Maybe he does need that pillow.
Funny you bring that up. The last couple of days brings weird dreams to people. Voyage, seeing the dilapidation of the world around you outside of the bubble that you believed it to be. Zeph dipping her fingers into disposing of bodies instead of just taking the life from them. Realizing that the small bubble that you think you inhabited is getting a lot smaller. Sebastian, the creaking of your large house, the wood just swaying ever so faintly in the wind. Knowing that right now, for particular circumstances, you are alone in this moment. But on a different kind of journey. But you two specifically, Hugle and Zero. We'll do Hugle first. Hugle, your dream, the tossing and turning, the names that you call out. Like, you know you're asleep, but you know it's not going to be a good one. So you got to make the most of it. And when Hugle's muttering the names out, what are the quick flashes passing behind his eyes? What's he see in these nightmares?
He sees the pathway that he took out of Potts Hollow, and he looks back to see the woman that he left behind crying. He sees flashes of digging a small grave and laying flowers on it, to those galaxy flowers that he normally sees. and he sees a flash of a little baby girl with a big curly fluff of blonde hair. And then it dissipates into petals.
I don't think this would be a dream that has happened only once.
No.
Probably on repeat. But in this instance, the petals fall away, those purple and blue with the speckle of white. And the last one you see as you attempt to turn to go on the path, the wind blowing, and the path doing that zoom, the dolly zoom, where it looks like it starts to extend way further. That crushing dread of knowing you're going on a journey that's probably going to take you away for a long time. But one petal flies past your eyes and quickly turns to a raven's feather. As your dream continues and you fall into a full night's sleep, but a restless one nonetheless. Yeah. I'm going to go in absolute silence for this one. Zero, the concept of dreaming for elves, again, is very different. The concept of dreaming for elves is very different because while you are meditating, you are still completely conscious. But it doesn't mean your mind cannot wander or drift off into other thought. And again, you find yourself slipping back into a comfort memory. The door of the homestead opening up, not maybe a few weeks after you purchased it. And I guess if we were watching it from a TV screen, you will see a handsome golden-eyed blue skin with horns, long black hair, frazzled beyond all fucking hell. Because I too have had a baby and I know what that kind of shit does to someone. But you see the ecstatic look of a man bringing home his, I guess, tied for first, but second favourite person on the planet. And his wife. You both enter through the door frame into the home, which again is a little bit dusty. You guys have been gone for a little bit. You were in the city seeking medical aid for the birth of your eldest son, Ayaka. You bring him home, and it's fine. You know, you're in just a what is it? Is it a flower dress where they're just super drapey? Yeah, like a flower dress. It's easy for after the shit you've just gone through. Again, Salrayas is just fucking frazzled as all hell. Hair's fucked up, but he's got one of those big wicker carrying baskets, and he opens the top. And there's little Ayaka, bleach white skin, with little fuzzy golden eyes, and a little speck of hair on top, fresh little bit. His little tiny horns, but little tiny nubs on his head. He was so, and like he was the tallest of the bunch. He was the oldest, and he was the tallest and biggest. But he was so little, so baffling to you watching him change. And that feeling of elation finally bringing him home. And of course, by this point, it was only one. It was only ever meant to be one. You know. Oh, make a perception check for me, please.
That is an 18.
It's one of those feelings. It's like you know you're in a dream. You know you're in like a trance-like state of unconscious thought. But following the events of the last few days, you can't help but just peer around and look. Everything looks the way it should have been, and the way you left it when you left. Obviously, the neighbours across the street, I forget their name. That's over the
Wembleys.
The Wembleys were obviously taking care of you while you were gone. But as you peer over, and you know the memory plays out the same way it did. Sal picks up baby Ika from the basket and hands him to you, and ushers you over to a chair so you can sit. And you do it. It's one of those big like nesting chairs, big, comfy padded. No expense was spared getting everything together. He had money, you know, doing the little jobs that he did with his archaic knowledge. And it all seems normal up until It doesn't. And you can hear the rumbling of Sal in the background. Like in the kitchen somewhere, but you can still feel that set of eyes burrowing like into the top of your back of your head. You can't help but turn. And it's not the normal smiling expression that normally is there. Instead, the Wanderer stands hunched over. Again, he's so tall that he has to hunch to fit under the roof. He's so tall. And he sits there and he rubs his hands together. A lot of memories in here. You come back to these ones a lot, don't you?
Don't touch them. They're all I have left.
Make a persuasion check, please.
That is going to. Oh, that's an 18.
Okay. He, as your eyes follow him, it's that thing where his body moves, but his head stays like a gimbal, like a camera on a gimbal, perfectly stationary. And he moves in, and he squats down. And again, you're actively in this moment able to communicate with him, but the memory plays out as it did. You know, and you can hear some muttering to himself, and he's yelling things out to you, but the memory's just playing, because that's all it is a memory. And you find the Wanderer squats down with his arms over his legs, because his legs are so long. And he goes, look. Good kid. Such a shame things went the way they did, didn't they? Well, you live and you learn, right? If you don't mind, I think we're gonna have a peek around. Pulls himself into the rafters. And he disappears. As you all awaken the next morning. And that's where we're gonna end tonight's episode. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching. Fun to come back after a little bit of a break for us, but not for you. So it's good to be back at the table. Again, thanks, Josh, for being such a sport. Obviously,
Oh, no worries. That was
everyone
really
does their own thing, and you know, Sebastian's just there to help do magic stuff.
Oh yeah.
Clean houses.
Oh yeah.
This guy's a Xerox. He's a Dyson. He's a Roomba.
He's a fax machine.
He's a fax machine.
Oh, man.
He's a photocopier.
JB high-fiving.
Yes.
I am Sir Wizard JB of E5. But yes, I think did anyone have anything they wanted to plug off the tail end before we go to wrap this up?
Good.
Standard.
Yeah. Check out the standard. Seb make stuff.
Hey.
No deals from me tonight, but you know, we'll hopefully have some more coming.
Yeah, well, we got some wild ones coming.
We got some plans.
Very nice.
It's going to be very cool. I will add on to the tail end of this episode. It'll now be. We'll try and get into all the other videos and all the podcast files as well. But we now have a link tree, which is linked to our YouTube, our Instagram, our Facebook, our TikTok, I believe, and our Discord, which our very own Mon rebuilt from the ground up.
And also our new Twitter account as well.
Twitter as well. Thank you. I don't use the Bluebird, so I wouldn't know.
I do.
We better get that new Threads going, I guess.
Yeah, true.
It's just another thing to distract us.
Yeah.
It's another thing there was one that was meant to replace Instagram. It started with a V and it never took off.
This is going to be the same thing.
Yeah, it won't. Everything's owned by the metaverse now, so it's all well and good. But yes, that link tree will be there. You guys can jump in. That Discord is not hidden behind a paywall. Please jump in, chat with us, shoot questions off. It's tight. It's good fun. I know that Mom put a heap of work in. And
Make sure to add your classes and all that sort of shit, because I added races and everything like that. You can also have your alignment and everything like that too, so cool little fun stuff.
And if you're in the Discord, you also get some of our Discord specific React photos, including a very happy one that I made of Zero, and then the ones that I believe it was you did the ones of everyone laughing.
did, yes.
But more are coming as we just keep stealing memes, so it's great.
Everyone gets an emote.
The Oprah Winfrey of emotes. But other than that, I think that's going to be us for this evening. Thank you for sticking by with us, and we'll see you next time we're at the table. Good night now.
Bye!